The Pembroke Welsh Corgi isn't just a cute royal pet. It's the product of ancient myths, royal manipulation, and a shocking fight for survival. Behind those innocent eyes lies a breed with a scandalous past you've never heard of. In today's video, we're uncovering the dark secrets of the Corgi's rise to fame, their near extinction, and the surprising twists that brought them back into the spotlight. Stick around, this is a history you won't believe. We'll dive into the untold history of the Pembroke Welsh Corgi, from their origins steeped in Welsh folklore to their royal rise, near extinction, and a pop culture revival. We'll explore the highs and lows of this iconic breed. You'll learn how these short-legged dogs went from herding cattle to becoming royal companions, and how they faced a sharp decline before making a triumphant comeback. If you love corgis, or just enjoy fascinating dog history, this video is for you. Mythical beginnings. Welsh folklore paints a magical picture of the Pembroke Welsh Corgi's origins. According to an old legend, two children wandered into the woods and stumbled upon a fairy funeral. As a thank you for their kindness, the fairies gifted them two tiny corgi puppies. These puppies weren't just ordinary dogs, they were said to have once been fairy war horses, carrying their mystical riders into battle. Even today, some people say the patch of rough fur on a corgi's back is the fairy saddle, where the fairies supposedly sat. This charming tale has endured through time thanks to breeders in the mid-20th century who added this bit of magic to the breed's story. The Working Dog of Wales. Far from fairy tales, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi's real story is one of hard work and grit. These dogs weren't bred for royalty, they were bred to work. By 1107 AD, Flemish weavers brought their small but quick dogs to Wales, where the corgis became vital on farms. Their short legs helped them move fast, herding cattle while dodging kicks, and they were smart enough to learn the job with ease. But corgis weren't just good at herding. They were like the Swiss Army knife of farm dogs. With sharp instincts, they kept farms running smoothly, controlling pests, guarding livestock, and staying loyal to the families they worked for. Their low, sturdy bodies made them perfect for all kinds of tasks, and their intelligence helped them adapt to any challenge. Interestingly, the Pembroke belongs to the Spitz family, a Nordic group of dogs known for their sharp-pointed muzzles, foxy faces, erect pointed ears, and gaily carried tails. Their closest relatives likely include breeds like the Swedish Valhund, Norwegian Buhund, and Skipperku. This ancestry adds to their agility and distinct appearance, blending a working dog's resilience with a fox-like charm. However, by the 19th century, things changed. As sheep farming grew in Wales, so did the need for a faster, larger herding dog, the Border Collie. Slowly, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi, once a farm staple, began to fade into the background, no longer the go-to herding dog for farmers. But the Corgi's story didn't end there. Their versatility, loyalty, and undeniable charm kept them from disappearing entirely. Instead, they found a new role, and a much grander one, proving that these little dogs weren't done making their mark. A Queen's Love. In 1933, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi's destiny changed forever when King George VI, then Duke of York, gifted his daughter Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret a corgi named Dookie. What seemed like a simple gift sparked a lifelong love for the breed, particularly Princess Elizabeth. She was none other than Queen Elizabeth II, and throughout her reign she owned more than 30 Pembrokes. The Queen's bond with her corgis became a defining aspect of her public image. These playful little dogs were seen by her side during public outings, trotting through palace grounds, and featured in official royal portraits. Their presence helped humanize the Queen, making her seem more approachable and relatable to the public. This royal connection elevated the Pembroke from a herding dog to a symbol of British royalty. The breed's popularity soared, and in 1934, the Kennel Club of England officially recognized the Pembroke Welsh Corgi as a separate breed from the Cardigan Welsh Corgi. Pembrokes became prized for their distinctive appearance, naturally tailless or docked at birth, setting them apart from their Cardigan cousins. This recognition marked a turning point in the breed's history. As the royal family's affection for corgis grew, so did public interest. The Pembroke Welsh Corgi rapidly gained popularity in the UK. By the mid-20th century, the breed had firmly established itself not only as a royal companion, but as a beloved family pet. Their intelligence, loyalty, and playful personality made them appealing to a broad range of dog owners. Rise in America. The Pembroke Welsh Corgi's journey across the Atlantic began in the 1930s, shortly after the breed gained prominence in Britain. Around the same time that Queen Elizabeth II's royal connection with the breed started capturing attention, the first Pembroke Corgis were introduced to the United States. The American Kennel Club officially recognized the Pembroke Welsh Corgi in 1934, and this set the stage for the breed's steady rise in American households. Initially, Pembrokes were still primarily seen as working dogs in the US, valued for their herding abilities and intelligence. However, as the breed's profile grew, largely driven by the efforts of early breeders and the establishment of the Pembroke Welsh Corgi Club of America in 1936, Pembrokes began to gain popularity beyond the farming community. The club helped spread awareness of the breed's versatility, not just as a herder, but also as a loyal companion. Throughout the 1940s and 1950s, Pembrokes continued to attract attention at dog shows, where their distinctive appearance and natural agility impressed judges and spectators alike. Their sturdy build, fox-like face, and charming, lively personalities set them apart from other breeds. Pembroke's ability to adapt from the farm to family homes was a key factor in their growing popularity during this period. By 1968, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi had reached 50th place in AKC registrations, a significant rise considering their modest beginnings. This period marked the breed's shift from primarily working dogs to cherished household pets. Their adaptability, intelligence, and compact size made them a perfect fit for both rural and urban American families, solidifying their role as a versatile breed. The 1970s and 1980s saw a continued rise in the breed's popularity, thanks to its increasing visibility at dog shows and competitions. Pembrokes excelled in events like obedience and agility trials, showcasing their trainability and sharp minds. These traits made them an appealing choice for pet owners looking for both a loyal companion and an engaging pet. The breed's rise in the US paralleled its growing global reputation, aided by its association with British royalty, but also by its standout qualities as a companion dog. By the end of the 20th century, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi had firmly established itself in American culture, known for its charm, loyalty, and versatility as both a pet and a competitor. In its early decades in America, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi steadily transitioned from its origins as a working dog to a much-loved companion. This historical rise laid the groundwork for the breed's eventual surge in popularity, setting the stage for the social media fame and pop culture presence the breed enjoys today. Near extinction in the UK. Despite their royal connection, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi saw a sharp decline in popularity in their native United Kingdom by the early 2000s. Once a beloved breed, annual registrations fell drastically, dipping below 300 puppies per year, a dangerously low number for such a significant breed. In 2014, they were officially added to the Kennel Club's Vulnerable Native Breeds list, marking a stark contrast to their earlier heyday. One major reason for this decline was the 2007 ban on tail docking in the UK. Historically, Pembrokes were known for their tailless appearance, achieved either naturally or through docking shortly after birth. When tail docking was banned, many breeders reported decreased demand as the breed's aesthetic changed. Additionally, a shift in public taste towards smaller designer breeds further eroded Pembroke Welsh Corgi numbers. Despite their historical significance and royal fame, the breed's future in the UK seemed uncertain, and the Pembroke teetered on the edge of near extinction. A comeback fueled by pop culture. Just as the Pembroke Welsh Corgi seemed to be fading into obscurity, a new force breathed life back into the breed: pop culture. In the late 2010s, the royal connection was once again highlighted thanks to popular media such as Netflix's The Crown, which featured Queen Elizabeth II and her beloved corgis. This show, alongside the animated film The Queen's Corgi, reignited public interest in the breed. In the hit show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, a corgi is featured as the loyal pet of Captain Raymond Holt and his husband Kevin. Additionally, a corgi named Ein, known for his human-level intelligence, is one of the main characters in the popular anime Cowboy Bebop. At the same time, social media became a powerful tool for showcasing the breed's charm. Platforms like Instagram and TikTok exploded with viral content featuring Pembrokes, their quirky antics, and their playful personalities. Their short legs, expressive faces, and energetic nature made them perfect for short-form videos, turning them into social media stars. The impact of this renewed interest was significant. By 2018, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi had officially been removed from the Kennel Club's vulnerable native breeds list after annual registrations climbed to 456 puppies, a marked improvement from the dangerously low figures just a few years prior. The breed was no longer in danger of extinction, and its popularity in the UK was on the rise again. In the United States, this cultural resurgence also fueled the breed's continued success. Already growing in popularity, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi saw its rank in American Kennel Club registrations soar. By 2023, Pembrokes had secured their place among the top breeds in the US, ranking 11th in AKC popularity. This surge was driven by a combination of media exposure and the breed's natural appeal as a loyal, intelligent, and affectionate companion. Thus, thanks to the power of pop culture and social media, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi made a remarkable comeback, winning the hearts of a new generation of dog enthusiasts and ensuring that this iconic breed remains a fixture in homes across the world. A global icon. So, what makes Pembroke Welsh Corgis so irresistible? It's their unique combination of traits: intelligence, energy, and loyalty. Despite their small stature, Corgis are a high-energy breed, excelling in everything from agility competitions to obedience trials. Their compact size and playful nature make them perfect family pets, but their history as working dogs gives them the stamina and drive to keep up with active owners. As Ann Bowes, a respected Corgi breeder and AKC judge, explains, modern-day Corgis are rarely asked to herd cattle, but their intelligence and high energy help them excel in many canine events. This blend of mental sharpness and physical ability makes them versatile companions suited for a variety of lifestyles. In addition to their brains and agility, Pembroke's friendly and outgoing personalities are a huge part of their appeal. Often called the clowns of the dog world, they have a way of charming everyone they meet with their wagging tails and cheerful smiles. It's this mix of traits that has made Corgis beloved across the world. From humble herding dogs in Welsh farms to royal companions, Pembrokes have proven time and again that they are a breed like no other. Steeped in legend, elevated by royalty, and adored worldwide, their story is a testament to their resilience and enduring appeal. As long as there are fans, breeders, and stories to tell, the Pembroke Welsh Corgi will continue to thrive, bringing joy and laughter to families for generations. If you found the Pembroke Welsh Corgi's history as fascinating as we did, let us know your favorite part in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss our next video. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
When you look at a Corgi today, you probably see a pampered internet celebrity or a royal companion trotting across palace carpets. But if you look closer, you will see a paradox. That long body and those short legs weren't designed for Instagram. They were built for survival in the mud. This small dog was engineered for dangerous, heavy labor that would break most other breeds. To understand why your best friend looks the way they do, we have to go back over 3,000 years. But here's the thing. These two breeds didn't even exist at the same time. One arrived 1,000 years after the other. So, how did they end up looking almost identical? If you want to learn more about the hidden history of your favorite breeds, make sure you subscribe. We have a lot more stories to tell. First, we need to clear up the biggest misconception about these dogs. Most people think a Corgi is just one breed, but there are actually two distinct dogs here, with separate histories and separate ancestors. They didn't just appear in Wales at the same time, and treating them as the same animal ignores thousands of years of evolution. The Cardigan Welsh Corgi is the elder statesman. Its story begins around 1200 BC. When Celtic tribes migrated from Central Europe to the rugged western coast of Wales, they brought their dogs with them. These ancestors were part of the Teckle family, the same lineage that gave us the Dachshund. They had heavy bones, curved front legs, and large, rounded ears. They were built to survive in the harsh, rocky terrain of Cardiganshire. For centuries, they lived in geographic isolation, preserving a tough, ancient phenotype that effectively makes them a big dog with short legs. Then, about 2,000 years later, the Vikings arrived. In the 10th century, Norse raiders and settlers landed on the Welsh coast, bringing their own Spitz-type herding dogs, likely similar to the Swedish Valhund. These dogs had pointed muzzles, erect ears, and lighter frames. They mixed with the local dogs in the southern region of Pembrokeshire, creating what we now know as the Pembroke Welsh Corgi. So, while they look similar to the untrained eye, the Cardigan is a heavy-boned Celtic survivor, and the Pembroke is a sprightly Viking interloper. Of course, before we had genetic testing and historical records, the Welsh people had a different explanation for where these dogs came from. The folklore is beautiful. Legend says that two children were tending cattle on royal lands when they found a pair of puppies. They thought they were foxes, but the village elders recognized them as a gift from the fair folk. The story goes that fairies used these dogs to pull their tiny carriages, or even rode them into battle like war horses. If you look at a Pembroke Corgi today, you can often see a patch of darker fur across their shoulders. The legend calls this the fairy saddle, the physical imprint left by their magical riders. It was a clever way to explain the markings, but it also taught people to respect these dogs as something more than just farm equipment. The name itself gives us another clue about how they were viewed. The most accepted theory is that Corgi comes from the Welsh words cor, meaning dwarf, and sai, meaning dog, literally the dwarf dog, but there is another theory that links it to the word cur. Back in the 16th century, cur didn't mean a mongrel. It meant a working dog, a guardian and a herder, distinct from the sporting dogs of the wealthy, and they needed to be workers. The physical differences between the two breeds evolved because of the ground they walked on. The Cardigan developed a heavy, curved front assembly to dig in and balance on steep, rocky hills. The Pembroke, working on flatter land, developed a straighter, lighter front for agility and speed. They were shaped by the land itself. But while the fairies made for great bedtime stories, the real reason these dogs looked the way they did was far more brutal, and it all came down to survival. Now, you might think those short legs are a design flaw, but they're actually the most brilliant survival feature ever bred into a dog. And the reason will shock you. Before the railways, if a Welsh farmer wanted to sell beef in London, that beef had to walk there. We are talking about hundreds of miles of rough, muddy tracks, driving massive herds of cattle from the Welsh hills to the English markets. This was the era of the drover, and the entire Welsh economy rested on their ability to move livestock. But the drover couldn't do it alone. They needed a partner with stamina, grit, and a very specific set of skills. That partner was your corgi. This is where the cute physical traits of your dog suddenly make practical sense. You might wonder why a working dog would have such short legs. In the world of cattle herding, height is actually a liability. When a stubborn steer doesn't want to move, it kicks backward. A tall dog, like a shepherd or a collie, takes that kick right to the chest or head, which can be fatal. The corgi was engineered to be the ultimate ankle biter, but for a life-saving reason. Their low center of gravity isn't a defect, it is their primary defense mechanism. They developed a technique known as the inab and drop. The dog would dart in behind a cow, nip at its heels to get it moving, and the moment the cow kicked out, the dog would drop flat to the belly. The hoof would fly harmlessly over their head. Then they would spring back up and do it again. This required explosive power and lightning-fast reflexes. If you have ever seen your dog suddenly zoom around the living room, banking off the sofa with wild eyes, you are seeing that ancient droving instinct kicking in. But the herding work was only half their job. The other half, that's where things get really dark. Remember, these were curs, versatile farm dogs. In medieval Wales, grazing land was often shared or common. A farmer had to fight for his patch of grass. The Cardigan Corgi, in particular, would go ahead of the herd to clear the way, chasing off neighbors' cattle and securing the territory for their master. Back at the homestead, they were ruthless vermin hunters, protecting the winter grain stores from rats. They were the security system, the pest control, and the herding engine all wrapped in one stout package. Their work ethic was so legendary that it followed them indoors, too. Historical records tell us about the turnspit dog. In large farm kitchens, roasting meat required a spit that turned constantly to cook evenly. Before motors, they used a wooden wheel mounted on the wall, connected to the spit by pulleys. The dog was placed inside this wheel, and they would run for hours, like a hamster, to turn the roast dinner. It was grueling work in a hot kitchen, but it shows the incredible endurance these dogs possess. They could work the fields all day and the kitchen all night. Through all these hardships, a profound bond formed between the drover and the dog. On those long, lonely treks to London, the corgi was often the drover's only companion. They slept by the fire together and watched each other's backs on the trail. But technology moves fast. When the railways finally extended into West Wales in the mid-19th century, the cattle drives stopped. You could put a cow on a train and be in London in hours. Almost overnight, the specialized job of the drover's dog vanished. The breed that had driven the economy for centuries was suddenly unemployed, teetering on the brink of extinction, until a very different kind of duty came calling. While the drover's dog was losing its job in the Welsh hills, a new chapter was being written in the show rings of England. But there was a problem. For years, the Kennel Club had treated the Cardigan and the Pembroke as a single breed. This led to a chaotic period where the two types were interbred, muddying the genetic waters that had been separate for centuries. Judges were confused, breeders were frustrated, and the unique identities of these dogs were at risk of being lost forever. The turning point came in 1934. This was the year of the Great Schism, when the Kennel Club officially recognized them as two distinct breeds. They drew a hard line. From that moment on, you could only register a dog as a Pembroke or a Cardigan if both its parents were of that same breed. This decision saved the ancient lineages from merging into a generic hybrid. It allowed the Cardigan to remain the rugged, heavy-boned worker of the North, and it positioned the Pembroke for a rise to stardom that nobody could have predicted. That stardom began with a single puppy named Dookie. In 1933, the Duke of York, who would later become King George VI, wanted a dog for his daughters, Princess Elizabeth and Princess Margaret. He chose a Pembroke Welsh Corgi. Suddenly, this obscure cattle dog was being photographed in the arms of royalty. But the true dynasty began in 1944, when Princess Elizabeth received a Corgi named Susan for her 18th birthday. The bond was instant and absolute. Susan even accompanied the princess on her honeymoon, hidden under a rug in the royal carriage. From that one dog, a biological dynasty was born. The queen became a dedicated breeder, and for over 70 years, she personally oversaw a breeding program where every single dog was a direct descendant of Susan. This royal patronage cemented the Pembroke as a global icon. They weren't just farm dogs anymore, they were diplomatic assets, famously appearing in official portraits and even the Olympic opening ceremony. However, popularity is rarely a straight line. By the turn of the millennium, the Corgi faced a strange crisis. They had become so closely associated with the elderly monarch that they were viewed as an old person's dog. They weren't seen as cool or dynamic. Then, in 2007, a new challenge hit. The UK banned the cosmetic docking of tails. For the Pembroke, which had been docked for centuries to highlight its rectangular, foxy shape, this was a shock to the system. Many traditional breeders simply quit, refusing to breed dogs that didn't match the silhouette they loved. The public was confused too, often mistaking these new, long-tailed corgis for mongrels. The numbers plummeted. By 2014, the situation was dire. The Kennel Club placed the Pembroke Welsh Corgi on its vulnerable native breeds list. Registrations had dropped so low that there was a genuine fear the breed could disappear from the UK streets entirely. The drover's dog was on the brink again. But just as the railways had nearly ended them, media saved them. Two very different cultural forces collided to spark a renaissance. First, the Netflix series The Crown premiered in 2016. It showed a young, vibrant Queen Elizabeth running through fields with her active pack of corgis. Suddenly, the world saw them not as lapdogs for the elderly, but as energetic adventure companions. Simultaneously, a different demographic was falling in love with them through anime. The series Cowboy Bebop featured a hyper-intelligent corgi named Ein, the data dog. This introduced the breed to a generation of gamers and geeks who had zero interest in the royal family. Finally, the rise of social media turned their physical where they stretched their legs out behind them, and their expressive faces made them perfect for the internet age. They went from vulnerable to viral, securing their place in the modern home. But that security came at a cost, one that most modern owners don't even realize. So, when you look at your dog snoozing on the sofa, remember what is hiding under that fluff. You are living with a cattle driver, a vermin hunter, and a fairy steed. That nippy behavior isn't them being bad. It's 3,000 years of instinct trying to tell you something. Respect the big dog inside that small body. Give them a job to do, keep their mind busy, and they will be the most loyal friend you ever have.
Preach.
If you want to learn more about the hidden history of your favorite breeds, make sure you subscribe. We have a lot more stories to tell.
Why is fucking Millet appearing? I'm tired. I'm so tired. Okay, let's finish the story. Let me pump up the music. What is this? Do I have full? Yes. Sure. What the fuck is this?
There it is. Ready whenever you are.
Ready to roll?
Fuck.
target.
It's mine.
Bring this to a close. This thing's a trove of new data. Make room for me too!
Okay. I talked to Olivia in the Olvey Basin. Wait, what? What do I have?
Well, what can I do for you? Hey, come here.
Special Transcendent Armor Glass can be performed by selecting high rank armor. Then raises the limits imposed on spells, grants and powers of armor. If I get 3 slots, Transcend.
Anything catch your eye?
I see.
Ready to get to work? Look good?
I cannot do that one.
Look good?
Change equipment. I have like this defensive boost. Wait now. Why now?
See you later.
Hey, over here.
Hi, Olivia.
Siobhan.
Olivia, what's this I hear about an expanse discovered under Azus?
Eric told you.
No.
Okay. So did you know that Werner has been working on mapping the wormways? He's been thorough. Their locations, dimensions, environments, wyvern milk supply, and consumption.
Oh my god, the fucking light.
And he discovered what we're calling a wormway nexus deep beneath Azus. He said it looks like the remnants of a workshop from maybe a dozen generations ago. It's uncertain. Anyway, we got clearance to head down there and...
Let's go! Imagine the materials! Ancient ruins like none we...
Okay. Calm down. We're just checking it out and coming right back. Shall we head out now?
Sure.
As you say.
I should.
Where's Werner now?
He was repairing an old lift that he thinks might lead down into the expanse. I guess we'll see.
Is there anything that man can't repair? Makes you wonder how his brain is wired.
Werner's always been like that.
Do you think the lift was abandoned because it broke down? Or did the lift break because there was no one left to maintain it?
Werner!
What's with the entourage?
They'd like to accompany us, unless you object.
It's fine. Don't worry. I guarantee it's safe.
Oh.
Wow, it's bigger than I thought.
That's what she said.
And it looks like it opens up down below.
We should go by Sacred.
Let's set up a makeshift camp here.
I'll stay and help. The rest of you can continue on down.
Thanks.
Looking good. Let's go catch up with the others.
I would like to kindly restock. Pato.
Check it out, Hunter. This is a Wormway Nexus.
Nexus meaning...
Think of it like a junction in the wormways. Right now, the wyvern milk supply is low, but in Firespring, the wormways will pump at full volume. What a Nexus does is take all the energy stored here and disperses it where it needs to go.
If this much current is still flowing generations later, they must have used a ton of wyvern milk.
That's what my calculations show, yes. Considering how long it's been abandoned, the place has aged surprisingly well.
So, what's the verdict?
That it's not a guild concern for now.
What? No, no, no. It can't be. I don't believe it. Everybody, get over here.
What the hell?
What is that?
Cogmazios. Here, in the Forbidden
Cock.
Lands.
Gracias.
I've heard the name before, but only in records.
The Spectre of War? You've got to be kidding me.
We have to report this to Professor Fabius.
Not yet. We need to confirm as much as we can first.
Looks like it's sleeping. We'd better avoid disturbing it.
A recent development. The Academy now classifies it as an Elder Dragon. Despite its size, it's famously elusive. There and gone, like a specter.
I've read that it feeds on gunpowder. Is that true?
There have been documented incidents from various nations where their armories have been plundered. There were even cases of large weapons like Dragonators vanishing without a trace. It wasn't until Gogmazios' discovery that anyone had any clue to who or what was behind these incidents.
He didn't say yes or no, so.
Is that heavy oil?
Similar, yes. It's heavy drakesbone oil. Gogmazios' drakesbone oil contains gunpowder components. It's extremely volatile and changes states at certain temperatures. Heated up, the oil produces a nightmarish blast yield.
Werner, check out its back.
The stone pillar? Those grooves look like they're by design. What's that? It's glowing. Tube-like fibers. And the grooves are... Right, I see. Directional energy.
What are we dealing with?
I'd say it's some
Metal
kind of
gear.
high-output ancient weapon that's powered by wyvern milk.
A weapon? I thought they didn't have any.
Stack up enough facts, and that's called the truth. Weapons. The people here had them. Sure enough.
I can't believe all of this was sitting right underneath the zoos.
Their settlement is full of gunpowder ingredients. If that thing escapes, it'll be all over.
I still can't believe they possessed weapons in this land, even further back than the Fall.
Yes, fascinating, but not what interests me. What interests me is whether or not we can still use that weapon.
Why would we do that?
Look at the size of it. Clearly, it's built to take on monsters.
Can we make it work?
It's not about can we. We have to make it work. Without it, we don't stand a chance. That's the situation we're dealing with here.
All right, let's report our findings to Fabius. This mission is too critical for us to make any mistakes.
Time to report to Fabulous. Smile.
Gogmazios, of all the threats. Under normal circumstances, we might stand a chance of repelling it with Dragonators and Demolishers.
But we don't have those luxuries here.
Not sure,
There's no other choice. We've only one path forward. We have to rebuild that ancient weapon, restore its lost technology, and use it. Once we see what it can do, we can gauge its utility and risks and decide what comes, trailblaze, unlock the future. I thought you were all into this.
Burner.
The Dragon Torch, the Wyvern Milk, a weapon designed for exactly that.
Walk me through what this entails.
The weapon works by charging up energy from the Wyvern Milk. We just have to hook it up to the Nexus and give it a direct supply.
This all hinges on whether or not we can dislodge it from the monster's path.
Okay then, that's where we'll focus our attacks. It'll serve to soften our target.
We'll need fire weapons then.
What?
Werner!
All smithies, proceed to the... Stay on your guards.
What if we can't get it running in time?
Then the mission's prospects are grim indeed.
I'm always prepared for such.
Hey, don't worry.
Anything else?
We saw these, like, pieces stuck to Gogmazios. They
What
had a
happened,
faint
Kiki?
glow to them. I'm curious what they're for.
I see. Lily, you're our anti-Wyvern weapons expert. See?
Yes, sir.
One final matter. Taking down Gogmazios posed in light of this, I am calling...
Nadia's coming?
We don't need her. Keep her away. We can handle it on our own.
Here we go again.
I'll
I know.
provide everyone with detailed posts and formations. Until then, hunters, begin your preparations. Smithies, make
I'm
ready
also
for
very tired.
departure.
I was
Dismissed.
doubting streaming. I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to play Rimworld and call it Timu
Repairing the Nexus.
Timu Mythopia, but I couldn't make it work, so now I'm kinda boomed up a bit.
Welcome back. Can I help you with anything?
Rage, yeah. I'm kinda angry, and probably the thing I have to do to solve it is reset the PC, and to reset the PC I have to, of course, cut the stream. I could try and see if it works now. So, let me see if at least loads. And if it doesn't load properly, I need to, for sure, for real, smile, check.
Hey, Werner, heading out soon?
Yeah, anytime now.
Azuz has already issued an evacuation order.
Reset
Right.
the PC.
Well,
I don't know. How does it...
the boss called this ancient weapon a convergent elder breaker. And it's some tech, that's for sure. Blows my mind.
I can try
Are you
this.
sure it's not dangerous?
An odd question from someone who has an implement of destruction strapped to them at all times. Technology is a means to an end. It's neither inherently good nor evil.
True.
Sure, I can conjure up a notion of how the people of Wyveria used it, but honestly, so what? Is the weapon out to hurt us? Does it think for itself? That's my point. But okay, I'm a cog in the guild just like you. I know you need justification to be satisfied. So here's a pretty little reason for you. We're doing this to protect the zoos. If that's not a hunterly excuse, then I don't know what is.
This Nadia person, she a friend of yours?
Colleague. An old colleague. She's so gifted that I swear there's something wrong with her. Especially her marksmanship. But that's not why she creeps me out. It's her eyes and ears and nose, all of it. Her instincts are like a wild animal's. You can't keep a single blasted secret from her. Please don't leave me alone with her.
Why, have you got something to hide?
You're missing the point. We don't need her. Our hunters can handle this just fine. You and Olivia are plenty capable.
Nadia of
You
my
mentioned
business.
something about charging the weapon. How does that work exactly?
Well, I'm sure you know the wormways are basically a bundle of tube-like fibers, right? So what we're going to do is unbundle some of those fibers into smaller strands. Then we just have to connect those to the weapon. It should then start converting the wyvern milk into energy and charging up stage by stage. And then, you know, shoot, shoot, bang, bang. Basically, the repairs come down to unbundling the fibers and then improving their stability.
But you have to do it with Gogmazios right there.
Like the boss said, if it gets hairy, we retreat. There's no point if we wind up dead.
Just don't put yourself in danger. That's what us hunters are for.
And aren't you just the best?
Werner, we've got a big problem.
Why? Did you figure out what those pieces are for?
The whole operation just went sideways. After observing the target, we started to head back.
And it woke up.
Without any warning, Gogmazios just vanished. Like it was never there.
In other words, it woke up.
So it is able to vanish. I see why they call it the Spectre.
Our smithy team is already deployed. Said they'll work on those repairs while it's away.
Good. Now let's just... I know it's anomalous, but we'll be conducting this hunt with a team of 8.
Wow.
The site has a fair bit of verticality, so we'll post 4 hunters each on the lower and upper levels. The high ground team, Mina, Kai, Nadia, and myself, will provide adaptive support.
Yes, sir.
You, Olivia, Rosso, and Griffin will focus on offensive maneuver. The goal is to damage the target's back and dislodge the convergent Elder Breaker. Once it is loose, we'll connect it to the Nexus and initiate charging. How much you charge it is a decision I leave to you.
Understood.
I will protect the Nexus, with Alessa on standby. If I am incapacitated, you will take my place.
Yes, sir.
Once Werner has retreated to a safe distance, he will give the signal to begin.
About those pieces affixed to the Gogmazios. I think they're an energy release system. We noticed a small amount of wyvern milk stored in...
I wonder if we could use that somehow.
You all know what must be done.
Our preparations are coming along. I hope everyone else is doing okay.
Let's check in with them as time allows.
We should speak to Fabius, too.
With Fabulous.
Azuz must be kept safe.
Wish I could check on Werner, but no, I can't. No one knows where God. The bigger problem is when it'll that, and I hope Olivia doesn't.
Did you remember to bring along dragon element weapons?
No.
Against Gogmazios, that's gonna be crucial. You might even say, no dragon weapon, no hope. A fire weapon can soften it up, but we've got Nadia for that.
Have you faced a Gogmat?
So should I make a fucking...
Attacks are good for softening up Gogmazios. After that, dragon element attacks become crucial.
Nadia? I hear she's on her way.
Okay. Artisan weapon force, artisan weapons, charge blade,
Doesn't love a little ancient technology.
attacking fusion, attacking fusion, attacking fusion,
Look good?
force, secondary because I want to reinforce.
Doesn't love a little ancient technology. Yaha.
Okay. Now. I need to go here. Wait, I cannot. I need to do it through her. That's annoying. No, not you. Change equipment. Change red. No. Wait, what? No. This one. Wait, what? This is my normal one. And now I have this one. Okay, and I need critical shovel, magazine, attack shovel, and guardian handicraft shovel. Okay, and now I put this one on the top and hope for the best.
I know your unit works in secret, but this is a critical operation.
Uh-huh.
Can you tell us anything? Anything at all about Gogmazios?
Gogmazios' Drake's bone oil can cross between 3 states: solid, liquid, and gas. The gaseous state is especially dangerous. Unless you suppress its power with dragon attacks, a moment will come from which there is no escape.
We live or die by the dragon element.
Okay, I get it. Dragon element.
Several days have passed. It would be wise for our hunters to familiar.
Understood.
It's possible, Hunter. I send now.
No, wait.
Gogmazios switches as needed between 3 states. A dragon element weapon is essential. Very well.
I forgot to grab my shit from my thingy. This is it? No, what is my box? The box, you open it. I game. Banana. There you go. Okay.
Now. Good.
No sign of Gogmazios, sir.
Check your posts. Stay vigilant.
Yes, sir.
Wee. hello there.
Are we set?
Working on it. We'll make it.
Werner, you've done enough. Get to your posts. Once that thing shows up, it'll be too late.
Desi, do what she says.
Huh? Werner! I've got this.
Yeah, let's go.
Status report.
I didn't find any traces of the target, sir.
Neither did I.
The camp is fully operational.
Smithy team is on track too. Desi's been pulled out, but Werner's still in there.
I see.
Do you think Gogmazios moved on?
No.
Turun.
A giant?
Gogmazios.
Gogmazios.
Yep, Gog.
Werner, it's time. It's up to us hunters now to fight tooth and nail. We'll keep Azuz safe. Now go!
It's almost done. I have to do this.
Whee!
We can't let Gogmazios near them!
Yep, Gog.
Hurry!
No, Olivia.
This should do it.
Shoryuken.
Nadia!
Now, aren't you glad I showed up?
None of your business.
Let's do this.
Thirsty. Well done.
I'm around.
All units, positions! Yes, sir! Smithy team, get to cover! Mina, Kai, follow me! Yes, sir!
No, everybody elegir de notification.
Begin by knocking that weapon loose!
Now we fight! Put your fears aside!
Hang in there, everyone.
You.
No, I'm stuck.
No, you're not. Not an ara.
Struggle to dislodge the cannon just didn't stand. Let's start by softening up that monster's heart. Keep attacking.
Okay. It just upon me and I do it.
It's as formidable as they said. A fire fiber weapon will make it easier to soften up Gogmasios. Received additional supply items. Take a look.
Shut the fuck up, Alma. Vuela, vuela.
Weapon isn't likely to have much effect right now.
Can't put me down that easily.
Ooh. Yes, Gogmasios. What?
Softened up now.
There, it's working. No.
Fuck off. I wanted to. Free controllers. I only know I can do this. Okay, let's go. Let's go for Gogmasios.
Failure.
Yes. No, I had awakening.
Kinda need you with me out here, Chief.
The face?
No. I'm stuck.
Okay, I was able to activate this mode.
This weapon isn't likely to have much effect right now.
Compact anti-wyvern guns are exposed. Use them
It's working.
No, the weakest spot. I'm too tiny. Failure. Sorry.
All units, eyes open! Don't get caught up in it! Be careful!
The magma's rising.
There are things here you can use. Come up if the situation presents itself.
Let's see this stagger. Target its wing arms.
How's this?
Time to pull out all the stops. Incoming! Duck! It's down. Now's our chance.
Been a whole lot simpler.
Weapon isn't likely to have much effect right now.
Weapon has fallen! Prepare for energy charge! Hunters, split up! We need someone to distract Dalmatios while another charges the weapon! Connect the Elder Bringer to the Nexus! The more connections you make, the greater the charge speed and
Good. It's connected. Now's our chance.
How do I change? Ah, there we go. Now we need to connect it. No, wait, how? Oh, over there.
That's the Nexus! Hook it up!
Lava, 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 lava. Connect. We own this one. Connect.
Now's the time to let loose, no matter the cost.
Oh there! In a pickle!
It's not yet ready. It needs to charge.
Hear my horns roar! Echo bubble out! It's just the maximum capacity!
compact anti-wyvern guns are exposed. Use them if you can.
The what?
It's airborne. Use your sacreds to pursue it.
The rest is up to you. Come back in one piece, yeah?
This is the point of no return! We finish it off here! Mazios' final form! Use dragon element attacks to suppress its power!
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it!
I'm using this.
Incoming! Dodge!
Ow. Hear the Dutch smile.
Listen, once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. In the battle, your life will depend on it.
Failure. Sorry, I saw the dog and I was laughing to myself.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Okay, let's up the pace.
This ammo sure is different.
Not looking good.
You're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Tuned you right up. Looking sharp.
Not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking. Time to go on the offensive.
Attack it with everything you have!
I'm gonna put my all into this one.
Carrying an attack.
We'll hold our positions here!
Here, loco. Smile. I think I got roasted. You're never together too much. If you're able to awaken you can also instant special attack by capable of guarding. Ah, so I could have been saving myself just by guarding. I see.
We'll run it back.
his final form. Use every technique you know. Your fight's only just begun.
I'm using the show star technique. I mean the Joseph technique. Ingerudayo.
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
I'm shooting whatever this ammo is.
Don't give up on me yet, Hunter.
Watch right.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Tuned you right up. Looking sharp. Let's take advantage of this.
You're not out for the count yet.
And I do it. Smile. Wait. Oof. I almost.
Once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle, your life will depend on it.
Hey. Got something in mind? Who doesn't love a little ancient technology? I'm ready to work. Shebar. Who doesn't love a little ancient technology?
There was an auto mode. Auto select.
Ready to get to work?
Okay. Change equipment. I need critical. I need the magazine one. Magazine attack shovel and the guardian handcraft. Oh, I have a sneeze.
Come back anytime.
Oh,
Well, what can I do for you?
which one is this? Okay. And this is the fire one, right? Yes, this is the fire one. Okay. Gorilla meal, custom meal, anything that gives me elemental resistance. Base. Caprice. Tumbler. Sustain the pressure, defend the man. Swimmer. Gracias a mano recurrible al Helix. When wet. Especially is putting a normal status effect. Start cooking. You need a capture card, Kiki. Smile.
Right.
I'm taking this crush a lot. No, you need a capture card. Which...
Incoming! Dodge!
Takeli!
It's as formidable as they
Just
said.
burst out.
A fire weapon will make it easier to soften up Cogmasios.
This is a few in game. Okay.
No, I'm stuck. There, it's working.
Il... Call me crazy, but I hit block.
No, I'm stuck.
Okay, wait, I'm confused.
Use them if you can.
Hi, Sammy. Thank you, Kiki. Remember to follow Asami and clip her more. Because I want more clips of Asami. Okay, now I change to dragon. I'm confused. Wee! Wahoo!
The compact anti-wyvern vents are exposed. Use them if you can.
What do you mean there is a new monster? Allegedly this was from a long time. That's what you tell me, but you have to be hunter level 100. I cannot see, I cannot see. Let me. push it to the limit.
Good and charged.
See how much I care? Now hang in there.
Fuck off.
You're not out for the count yet.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Time to strike back.
Come on, Horn. Those in the back.
We rush it down.
How I shoot it? I forgot.
Your fight's only just begun.
Oh wait,
Don't get hit now.
from the other side. What?
It's airborne. Use your sacreds to pursue it.
The rest is up to you. Come back in one piece, yeah?
All units, this is the point of no return. We finish it off here. Gogmazios' final form. Use dragon element attacks to suppress its power.
I'm shooting whatever this ammo is.
The compact anti-wyvern gun can reach it.
See how much I care? Now hang in there.
Time for this.
What's this? I should examine it later.
Ready to work a little magic?
Fuck off!
Listen, once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle, your life will depend on it.
Have a nice hunt.
Time to go on the offensive.
Attack with everything you have.
I'm gonna put my all into this one.
It's preparing an attack.
We'll hold.
Okay. Fuck off! Again. Shut the fuck up.
Once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle,
Don't talk to me.
yes.
There we go. Okay, this is the fire one.
Get ready, everyone.
Can we call it over here? For that of using the free damage of this rock. Come on, come. Come. Ta-na-na-na-na-na-na. There we go.
You'll struggle to dislodge the cannons. Let's start by softening up the monster's hide. Keep attacking.
I'll assist you with my music!
There, it's working. No, I'm stuck.
Lovely.
It's as formidable as they said. A fire weapon will make it easier to soften up Gogmazios.
But
Okay, we're on track.
I'll guard the Nexus. You focus on attacking!
Can't put him down that easily.
All units, eyes open! Don't get caught up in it! Be careful!
The magma's rising!
There are things here you can use. Come up if the situation presents itself.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Things are going our way.
Excellent. Now target its back!
Come on. Go to the back.
Weapon has fallen! Prepare for energy charge! Hunters, split up! We need someone to distract Gogmazios while another charges the weapon! Connect the Elder Breaker to the Nexus! The more connections you make, the greater the charge speed and output! That's the Nexus! Hook it up!
Bullseye. As if I missed.
Good. It's connected.
Fall back. A nasty one's coming.
fuck off. No, he's going back. He's going back. It's shut me down. That's fine. Shut the fuck up.
That's a hit.
That's it. Good in charge.
You'll need to adjust the direction of fire! It's crazy! Get out! The Elder Breaker has charged enough! Now's our chance.
Still in one piece?
Hear my horns roar. Echo bubble out.
The compact anti-wyvern vents are exposed. Use them if you can.
It's airborne.
Use your sacred to pursue it!
The rest is up to you. Come back in one piece, yeah?
All units, this is the point of no return! We finish it off here! Gogmazios' vital form! Use dragon element attacks to suppress its power!
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it. Hang in there. I think I like this ammo.
I'm glad to be of assistance.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms. We're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
You're kidding me.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
What's this? I should examine it later.
I'm using this.
Fall back! A nasty one's coming! Time to go on the offensive.
Attack it with everything you have!
I'm gonna put my all into this one.
It's preparing an attack.
You're too exposed out there! Hurry to where I am!
In this state, dragon element would be more effective.
Wait. Oh, this is the fire one. Fuck off.
Don't let it hit you.
Gogmasios' final form! Use every technique you know! Using the anti-wyvern gun!
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
So long as it works!
You're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking. Bullseye. No sweat.
Using the anti-wyvern gun!
You're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
A song for your defenses.
Time to go on the offensive.
Now, hit it with everything.
Use every technique you know.
It's preparing an attack.
Not good! Fall back!
It's fine.
Once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a...
A little boost for you.
Gogmazios' final form. Use every technique you know.
This ammo sure is different. The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
No, get clear. Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Are we alive?
Almost there. Give it all you've got.
Lay on those attacks! Don't let your courage fail you now!
Not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Time for this.
Don't you lose focus now. Okay?
Monster down! Let's go!
Feeling better? Not keeping its power in check. Attacking. Time to go on the offensive.
Attack it with everything you have!
I'm gonna put my all into this one. It's preparing an attack.
Over here! Get behind me!
Oh, por favor. Para pam 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 para pam 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 pam
his final form. Use every technique you know.
I'm using this. Incoming! Dodge!
Back on your feet.
Not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Falling back. Sorry.
Huh?
How's this?
Down! Now's our chance!
Cleaned you right out of it. Looking sharp.
Not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking. Time to go on the offensive.
Now, hit it with everything.
Use every technique you know.
It's preparing an attack!
Over here! Get behind me!
No. Okay, let me check the stream. Okay, that was close. That was close.
Listen, once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle, your life will depend on it. Right.
Any quests you want to go on?
Hang in there, everyone!
No, too early.
Oh no! I'm stuck!
We'll struggle to dislodge the cannon as things stand. Let's start by softening up that monster's hide. Keep attacking.
this! You with my music!
No.
Softened up now. Compact anti-wyvern. Use them if you can.
Get ready, everyone!
Hit confirmed. Next.
Okay, we're on track.
I'll stop it! Brace for impact!
Fuck.
It's as formidable as they said. A fire weapon will make it easier to soften up Gogmasios.
Here! Have some assistance!
You know what to do.
Things are going our way!
No! I'm stuck! I'll stop it! Brace for impact! All units, eyes open! Don't get caught up in it!
Be careful!
The magma's rising.
There are things here you can use. Come up if the situation presents itself.
see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Stamina boost done. Give it your all. Just think of how to do better next time.
What?
Now target its back! Weapon has fallen! Prepare for energy charge! Hunters, split up! We need someone to distract Gogmazios while another charges the weapon!
Connect the Elder Breaker to the Nexus! The more connections you make, the greater the charge speed and output! That's the Nexus! Look it up!
All back! A nasty one's coming!
You have my thanks!
You'll need to adjust the direction of fire!
Not really, if it stays point blank. Fuck.
That's a wrap. How you feel? It's just the maximum capacity!
See how much I care? Now hang in there.
The compact anti-wyvern guns are exposed. Use them if you can.
It's airborne! Use your sacred to pursue it!
The rest is up to you. Come back in one piece, yeah?
All units, this is the point of no return. We finish it off here.
Wait, no. Is this the fire one? They to change to the dragon one.
Gogmasios' final form. Use dragon element attacks to suppress its power.
This ambush sure is different. The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
Incoming! Dodge!
You have my thanks.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
I'm shooting whatever this ammo is.
You're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Sorry, I think I'm out.
No, my food effect.
Listen, once you've softened up Gogmasios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle, your life will depend on it.
Time to go on the offensive.
Attack it with everything you have.
It's preparing an attack.
We'll hold our positions here.
Still in one piece?
Come on, Horn.
Fuck.
Gogmasios' final form. Use every technique you know.
wyvern guns can reach it.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
We rush it down.
Keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
See how much I care? Now hang in there. I'm shooting whatever this ammo is.
Bleh.
Your fight's only just begun. Time for this.
Time to go on the offensive.
Now, hit it with everything!
Every technique you know.
It's preparing an attack.
Over here! Get behind me!
keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
See how much I care? Now hang in there.
Anything goes, so long as it works.
You're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking. I think we both know how this is going to end. Time to go on the offensive.
Attack it with everything you have.
I'm gonna put my all into this one.
It's preparing an attack.
Over here! Get behind me!
Come on, Horn. For those in the back.
Forward to root!
What's this? I should examine it.
Mazios' final form. Use every technique you know.
Anything goes, so long as it works.
Can't put me down that easily.
Conduct evasive maneuvers. It's going to attack.
Now. Wait, what? I lost so many lives? Fuck. I'm like right there. Right there.
Listen, once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle, your life will depend on it.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Tururu, tururu, tururu. Okay.
Hang in there, everyone.
We'll struggle to dislodge the cannon as things stand. Let's start by softening up that monster's hide. Keep attacking.
I'll assist you with my music!
Don't let it hit you.
There, it's working.
No, I forgot to. Wait, you know what? No. Yes. I'm losing. I'm deciding to no win. Smile. I want to see what Kiki posted. But it was games meme.
It's as formidable as they said. A fire weapon will make it easier to soften up Mazios.
here to help anytime.
Go.
Yes.
Hang in there, everyone.
We'll struggle to dislodge the cannon as things stand. Let's start by softening up that monster's hide. Keep attacking.
Here! Have some assistance!
There. It's working.
Don't let it hit you.
No, I'm stuck.
I will take this attack!
On track. Use them if you can.
I will take this attack!
Push it to the limit!
No, I'm stuck.
Hey, you all right?
All units, eyes open! Don't get caught up in it!
Be careful! Oh? Can you hit it?
The magma's rising!
There are things here you can use. Come up if the situation presents itself.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
No, but Fangung. Tiden con.
It's as formidable as they said. A fire weapon will make it easier to soften up Cogmasios.
What's that artifact? Looks like a Dragonator.
Look for the switch! And wait for the right moment! You'll only get one shot!
Defense as hard as a rock. Get out of here.
Let's go! Weapon has fallen! Prepare for energy charge! Hunters, split up! We need someone to distract Gogmasios while another charges the weapon!
Connect the Elder Breaker to the Nexus! The more connections you make, the greater the charge speed and output! That's the Nexus! Hook it up!
That's it. Get it good and charged.
You'll need to adjust the direction of fire!
compact anti-wyvern guns are exposed. Use them if you can.
It's airborne! Use your sacreds to pursue it! The rest is up to you. Come back in one piece, yeah?
All units, this is the point of no return! We finish it off here!
I'm using this.
Tuned you right up. Sharp. The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it!
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Not good! Fall back!
No, I've done it.
Ow.
Listen, once you've softened up Gogmazios, it is susceptible to attacks from a dragon element weapon. Make sure you have one. Late in the battle, your life will depend on it.
We're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Not my best work.
Okay, let's up the pace.
Time for this.
Not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Sorry.
No, get clear.
Fuck off. Oh.
We'll hold our positions here.
Hear my horns roar! Echo the
just begun. Gogmasios' final form. Use every technique you know.
One wrong move. Finished.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
You rush it down.
We'll run it back.
Let's take our time here.
Not keeping its power in check. Attacking.
Get a load of these.
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
It's gonna attack. Get ready. I'm gonna use it. Not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
Okay.
Hit with everything.
Hear my horns roar. Echo bubble out.
Time to go on the offensive.
Now, hit it with everything.
Use every technique you know.
It's preparing an attack.
Over here! Get behind me!
Almost there. Give it all you've got.
Lay on those attacks! Don't let your courage fail you now! Attack with everything you have! Heartbroken.
Marvelous.
Gogmasios' final form! Use every technique you know! Using the anti-wyvern gun!
Ay, pengu!
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
How you doing? Hope you're having a good Sunday.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms. Are you okay?
No. I'm not. Today is a day. It's one of the days that you're like, I wish I didn't wake up. Come on.
Sure is different.
Fuck.
It's gonna attack. Get ready.
Fuck. Thank you, Pengu. Kiki, if you're around there, shoot Pengu. Right between the eyes. You what? Don't worry. This one is mine. Pew. Hey. And the first thing we hear is Mika laughing.
He lost it. The brain got him. The brain will she right is
It's preparing an attack.
Not good. Fall back.
What is Fabius? Meow, 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 meow. The fuck?
His final form. Use every technique you know.
I'm gonna use it.
I'm gonna put my all into this one.
What? Oh my god. Finally! All I needed was Pengu to be here. Oh! Hooray!
Magnificently fought, hunters.
Pengu give me the strength of Scotland forever. Clappy, 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 clappy. Okay, where is the fucking tail? There we go. This battle sucks. It's mine. Craft special weapons in go materials in special rewards. Checking the ability for details. Some customers by part have go materials there. It's part for additional material rewards. Affinity go trade. This is the thing. I need to boost my weaponry. Secret charm. Non-charm. Guard up. Charge master. Wait, what's this? Charge master. Oh. What is the new killer coming to DVD? Pengu, you might know. Oh.
Once again, I thank you for your help slaying that Gogmazios. We owe this victory to the teamwork of 8 hunters and the combined might of the guild. It's an achievement worthy of celebration. However, we must be cognizant of the fact that Gogmazios dwell in this land. We must keep a sharp eye on the oil well basin and watch for any new anomalies. Should the specter reappear, the guild will unite anew and deal with it as we now know how.
It's mine.
I will count on you all when that time comes.
Oh.
But for now, I only ask that my brave hunters take a well-deserved rest. Fine work on a job well done, hunters. Dismissed.
All right, let's go have a talk with him.
Hello.
Fucking hell. The moment I want to have a long pause, the game is like, no. That to work.
Congratulations on taking down that Gogmazios.
Sounds like a good idea.
Now it's our turn as handlers to take over. We have to note where it was found.
So the war.
Yes, but not all it.
I don't care. It's mine.
Hello.
Hello, Night Mist, I believe it was.
Ah, yes. That is my current name, isn't it? I so easily forget. My role on this mission was to step in should anything befall Sharp Eyes. I am glad this never happened. Many would have wept her loss. Anyway, now that this task is done, you may call on me in the future, and perhaps I will come.
Oh. I open it. She come.
It's finally over, Hunter. I seriously wish
Till the
Elder
DLC.
Dragons would stay the heck away from civilization. You should have seen how relieved Maki and Yabran and the others looked. They were like, phew.
We're lucky Nadia showed up and...
I know, right? She kicked all kinds of butt. After she arrived in Azuz, she took off like she already knew where to go. Saved Werner's hide for sure. And I'm glad you all made it out of there in one piece too.
Technically, I died a lot of times.
What I'm really saying is, Hunter, you were amazing.
Oh. Oh, this is it.
Oh, so you're the one. I was wondering when we'd have a chance to talk.
I was wondering about something.
You guys really busted your butts against that Gogmazios. I'm glad I made it in time.
Yeah, about that. You said something to Werner. Aren't you glad I showed up? Curious as to what...
Oh, please. I bet he was saying, keep her away, or we don't need her. He did. I could hear it all the way back west. Not literally, of course, but that guy's so predictable that it's easy to picture him griping. Especially since he only knows, like, 2 different gripes.
I hear that you and Gemma go...
Little miss? Yeah, way back. She's basically like a little sister. She studied under her master for a long time, traveling. Eventually, she parted ways with the caravan and started scoring. It all feels just like yes.
Mind if I float an idea? We should...
Oh, there's an idea. Say, why don't we invite Rosso along?
Yeah, more the merrier.
Don't worry. I promise I'll help out. Occasionally. You keep
Hey, Avis Hunter. Quite a show you put on back there. That was some quick thinking you did. Repurposing those pieces as slinger ammo? Huh. Once again, you amazed.
You fought tooth and nail yourself, no matter how grim things got.
Of course I did. When people call on Rosso, Rosso delivers. And don't you ever forget it.
No, Rosso has some good lines. Griffith.
Did you get some rest? You
No,
looked pretty
Griffin.
rough at the end of all that.
Look who's talking. But hey, got it done.
We? I'm just another hunter along for the ride. No way I could have pulled that off with that. For once, I wish they'd give me a quest to settle down somewhere and retire. Or if that's too big an ask, they could at least send me home for a while. I miss the cooking.
Kai, I can't thank you enough for your help back there.
Oh, come on. Just doing what I'm supposed to. But that was one terrifying monster, wasn't it? Desi was our rep handling repairs, and it scares me that I almost didn't get him out of there. I'm glad Werner pulled through, too. I hope this earns us some peace and quiet. But if we need to team up again...
So now I get... Oh, this is Olivia's cat.
Athos, I see your wounds from Gogmazios are bothering you less.
What, these? I'm more concerned about Werner's injuries.
Smile.
But if we're being honest, I did think that might be the end. Nadia's the only reason it wasn't. Either way,
By the way,
I'm not afraid with Livy at my side.
Then you intend to follow her wherever her path takes her.
Follow her? No, Avis Hunter. I do not follow. Livy has no sway over how I spend my life. I go where I wish to go. All I said is, where she dies, I die as well.
Smile.
That's a stark fate.
We all meet our end, though, do we not? When the inevitable day does come for me, promise you'll be watching from afar and that you'll smile.
What the fuck? What kind of foreshadowing is that?
Nice work down there. I'm so glad you're...
I don't want to hear the twink. Smile. Tell to Olivia.
Nice work on that Gogmazios hunt. I saw how your efforts turned the tides. What? Something.
Olivia, when you were protecting Werner...
Yeah, I can understand why.
You told me once about the idea in your head of what you... If that's what you're striving for, then surely you've gotten close enough.
No, not yet. I have a long way to go. I know that you must look at me and see a reckless fool. But I know the path I walk, and I will not stray from it. Besides, That person I want to be is fused with the rest of me. There's no banishing her now.
Well, I hope your path leads you true, Olivia.
No, don't look at me like that. What did I tell you? Wherever this journey takes us, Hunter, our destination will always be the same.
Oh, this is Alyssa. Alyssa, play Despacito.
Excellent work on the Gogmazios hunt. I'm so glad everyone is safe.
I was able to fight my hardest, knowing you were there ready to step in.
That's nice of you to say. I'm at my best when I act as someone's shield, someone's shadow. But never have I been so terrified to be called upon as such.
Oh?
Because that would signify the moment one of us had fallen. I shall savor the fact that such a grim moment never came.
Well, I usually have her as a companion because she's super solid.
Good to see you in one piece, Mina.
Hey, you too, Hunter. That Gogmazios was a nightmare. Never
Gogmazios.
seen anything like it. Oh, it was a grueling fight, and thankfully not our last. I realized that I'd better start bulking up if I want to be ready for any other surprise. And that means meat.
Smile. Oh. Wait, what? Another cat that uses the same dress? To be fair, it's like the best one for things like in my opinion, if you wanted to be cutie. You have to say, Warner.
So it is. Good job back there.
You too, Werner. I think you took more heat than me.
Maybe. Don't look at me like that. In my head, I was plenty scared. And believe me, I'm well aware that our justifications need to have logic behind them. You and I, at least, need reasons for what we do. It's what keeps us going. Not that I care what you think anyway. Only person I have to answer to is me.
Have you at least finally learned my name?
No.
Oh, come on! What do you take me for? We've been through thick and thin together, and still the hunter down. You're that hunter from, Draco Unit. The most amazing hunter around, see? I've been paying attention.
Yeah.
It would be kinda funny if they pulled a quick one and somehow made it to try to read the name.
Hello.
What are those? Okay. Now what do you want to say?
Yeah?
How far you can use golden materials to more powerful weapon. An extra anti-bonus skill. Gold marching weapons collecting more powerful reinforcement bonuses.
Hey.
If I go here. Gold arching charge.
Okay, let's crack a few
You can
ancient
order
mysteries.
archer weapons to gold march a weapon by using 3 of the same type of gold material. The overall trade will change depending on the combat trade. Blah 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 blah. For example, in the one that I was used, which is the paralysis, this one, I need to add, I think, a lot of focus, and I think it's 4 and 3, 4 and 1, I think. I should check the build. Promised Abyss. Let me see. Oh, where is my
Hello.
charge? Wilds. Guardian. What it is this? How is called this? Gogma. There is no Terra devices. Terra device. Endgame weapons will.
Hello.
No, this is armor.
Hello.
Attack boost, sharpness boost. I think this is updated. I will have to look for newer ones. Okay.
Done already?
Yes. Oh, I want to see the armors.
Hey.
For
What are we making today?
transcend.
Hello.
I need Faust, William, or
Anything catch your eye?
oh, this new wing here. Cock. Looks stupid. It doesn't look that bad.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I wanted the new Udra because it looks kinda like a Warframe. What I miss? Oh no, Udra Y certificate. Oh, if it's highlighted it's because I already have it. Okay, that's good to know.
Hello.
It will be a cool.
Anything catch your eye?
I'm guessing there is no weapon. Yep. For her talisman. I think I have all of them.
What are we making
What's
today?
the Palico preview? Huh? They are so weird. This game goes crazy. Rudy costume. Wow. The Marlboro, or like I like to say Marlboro one, is actually very cute.
Hello.
Oh, there is no.
See you later.
Interesting. Oh, you have to say kid.
Do you have any requests?
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hard at work?
from the also have inside and the special environment quest, advanced quest for the information that creates with your special nameplate as reward. You will want to snag this as proof of your skill. If you win the quest after trading midway, you won't receive the special nameplate. Make sure you're from the quest is very difficult and require ample preparation. Good luck.
Yes.
Quest completion animation? Ah.
Any quests you want to go on?
Event quest? Spectre of the scenes. Feature quest settings. Let me see if I can reconnect because my stream died for a moment.
Hello.
Smile.
Understood. Yes.
Rechange request. Event quest. Freedom from solitude. How do I know if I finish one? Special scenes like Oscar, Spectre of their scenes. What difference?
Hello.
I don't get it. This quest is different from the previous one. We want every to provide the level of support you had before. That means change the head, but now you will get everything you got. I see. Every hunter's dream. Hunt all the Terge monsters. That's a lot of cockatrices. That's a lot of cock. How is when is has the check mark? I did all of this. Yep, cock. Yep. Some of this I have. Tango of Lives Ablaze. Incomplete creation. Okay. Soshaya investigation. This is good. Because I think I need something from Soshaya. Same with some of this. Since I had the ping. Okay.
Understood.
And what if I open my map? Aratian, Temple Nersila. Wait, what? Nadia wants to talk. Level 9. What's that? Temple, Guardian, Fulgur, and Hanat. That's a mouthful. Oh, that's the one I was wondering why never.
I've got something.
What's what I got? I think the early stuff. I could be using really fun. You can verify you can now come material when you smelt ore. Smelt armor spheres. Wait. Chakra. Is there one I don't have? Wait, I saw one. No. No, pretty much I have all of them. Smelt ore.
Now this is the stuff! Bet you can make use of that.
And I'm giving it for what? Oh no, I'm giving it, okay. To make orichalc.
Don't be shy now. See ya.
You look ridiculous. Nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. Nadia wants to talk. Nadia, have your business. Smile.
Nadia, please.
I really don't know.
Aren't you investigating the frenzy too?
As exhausted as you are. Oh, good. So,
Huh? Oh, yes.
there. See? Well, I've got stuff to attend to. See ya.
Something wrong?
Yeah. The number of powerful frenzied monsters is on the rise. I've barely slept because I've had to run around hunting them and collecting their samples. And I tried to invite Nadia along when I mean, it's not often you get to rope a bona fide hero into your—
What's this stuff she...
No idea. After the clash with Gogmazio.
Right, but maybe you do need...
What? Come on, you— Anyway, gotta run. If you feel like it, try and knock out some of those Vespa unit quests.
Vespa unit quest. I beg your pardon? Complete the Frenzy Oscured. Frenzy Oscured.
Yes.
Oh shit. Punta al target monster. Okay, let me... No. Who was... There was a way to see... There we go. Super Hunters, we have... Super Hunters can only be purchased during seasonal event period. Same as that. So, okay. That's a difference area. I miss. I will make a safer depending on the situation. Maybe. Let's put Ross. Spend on it. Okay. Sure. I will try it. If not, I will see. What time is it? Oh. It's kinda early. Granted,
that will be useful for the quest.
Granted,
Can I help you with anything?
Ok. Antídoto. Berry. Eat the fucking berry. Okay, there. Way too. Okay. Maybe no dragon, but how about fire?
Waiting for this.
Let my music heal you.
Monkey. Free me, release me for this mortal coil. My eyes.
Keep an eye on your weapon's sharpness.
Hanchu. Yeah.
We've received additional supply items. Take a look.
I cannot.
Whoa! You all right?
A jaunty tune for your stamina. That went smoothly. Let's keep up the tempo.
Make sure to grab anything a monster leaves behind.
Hiccup. I want to change my change equipment. I want to use my secondary okay. I'm being back to that.
Hang in there.
Gotcha, bitch.
Jaunty tune for your stamina.
I'm gonna put my all into this one.
Bubble deployed. Make good use of it.
Trap installed and ready. It's caught. Now!
Ready to head on to the next one?
Monkey. Okay, it's not letting me do a sneak attack, so might as well. My eyes.
Need a minute?
Only one more. Nice.
Hey, you all right?
Wait.
I'm on top of the target!
Nothing feels like music.
It's on the ground!
Hi, Kiki. I killed the oily dragon. The oiled up dragon. Did you send another Tomodachi adventure? Sheep and King and Güero to they are in subs. I want to see.
Show me how well you can dodge.
1 second, I'm being rollercoaster. Ooh. Fuck off. Back off, you spooky bitch. Oh.
Are you alright? Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out.
Been waiting for this.
What is up here?
Jockey tune for your stamina.
Mina was right. That frenzied
Mina was
monster
right.
tougher than usual.
Mina besides me. Okay, let me see. Oh! Attempting the hand holding with Shadow. Oh, look at her. So cute. Amicable. Thoughtful, honest, innocent, dusting under the bed, cheerleader, positive, enthusiastic, and always be beaming. Smile for their own sake and help others smile too. Then we have King, thoughtful, honest, innocent, body, trustworthy and considerate, boosts their friends' fears and works hard to make sure everyone gets along. Very King. And we have sheep with cheerleader as well as well. Look at that. Lord Accurate Shadow. Exactly. Lord Accurate Shadow.
I was given. Yes. Would you like to trade something?
Anything of these I use?
Is there anything you need?
Oh wait, there is a button to grab everything, right? Yes. Is she?
All right then.
Nadia wants to talk. Where the fuck is Nadia? Nadia, your business.
Nadia, I saw you at the cliffs again.
Mina, this has to stop. You've got even more wounds than before.
Oh, please. They're just scratches.
Just a fresh one.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know what? I'm starving. I'd kill for some well-done steak.
Really? I'll go grill up some meat right now.
No frills, a simple dash of salt. Oh, and could you make mine medium rare? Maybe whip up some gravy with the juice? I'll take 256 of them.
You fiend! Okay, I'll need some
256. That's a potency of 2.
Okay, well, While she's grilling up the meat, I think I'll go for a little walk. Oh, are you taking a walk?
Yes, I was thinking I'd take a walk and then report in.
The Ice Shard Cliffs have some lovely trails.
What?
Maybe I should take a walk to the Ice Shard Cliffs.
What is that?
Wow, we sure got here fast.
Take requests.
There you are. I trust you know what...
I do. It's Gormagala.
Correct. What do you think? Since we both just happen to be here.
So, why didn't you want to take me?
You have to ask. Don't you know her old nickname? Bloody Mina. I can't let her do this hunt. Girls like her go in trying to be heroes. And in the end, die heroes. Even half torn apart. They run headfirst into danger. Some people are like that. They have to be steered away from the shadows. I know a few of them myself. Up confidence gets them in over their heads, like heroes from a storybook, you know? I certainly don't look down on them, but I'm tired of them being ripped out of our lives that way. No goodbyes, only tears.
There's only one explanation for this sudden surge of Gormagala, and a rather powerful...
Looks like we're on the same page. A powerful specimen like this has a higher survival rate. As a result, not only that, a gore of this caliber carries a...
Which would likely explain the appearance of more ferocious frenzy.
Well, guess I'll see if those stick.
We both know you're not going anywhere.
I've prepared a quest to slay. We'll do this one together. Take the quest once we eliminate the cause. The increase in frenzied monsters should abate.
I noticed you've got no qualms with me coming along.
Should I? You have a reason to come back from this, right? Now, if you're ready, we're going to do this ourselves. Otherwise, all that'll remain is a goodbye that we'll never hear again.
Damn. That's deep. Okay, I want to play something else. I'm not sure what, but I want to play something else.
My lives are flashing before me here.
My wives? Let me see. Oh, Raima is live. Let me put Raima in the background. Raima on the background. Oh, never mind. They finished. I'm too late. I'm too stupid also. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Let me check something. I'm going to the bathroom.
Is that a cat face? The ritual is complete. Wait, is that ooh-ee-ah-ee? Ah! Oh yeah, alright! Let's go. Fuck yeah, dude! Let's go! Oh shit! The fucking colors, dude! Fuck yes! You'll fucking love this. Alright, alright, alright. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. This is it. Oh shit. Dude, that's fucking trippy. Okay, that actually hurts the eyes a little. Dial it back a bit, dial it back a bit. Color warning, everybody. Aww.
I'm back. I had to use the bathroom. Smile. And also I was checking if Mu was around. Okay, Mu doesn't seem to be around. I was going to ask him to play Helldivers, but he doesn't. Is around. Oh wait, what's this? Oh, live streaming. Let's see. Where is? I'm trying to think. What do I have installed? Please work. I'm praying. I'm holding into a prayer till the end of the night. Fuck off. Let me. Me. Richie. Well, let me see if I can. Why OBS doesn't load Resident Evil? Let me Google this. RE9, RE4 not loading when OBS is on. Blah 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 blah. Wait, what? No, I'm the only one though. I don't know why. Only the Resident Evils I cannot load, because if I try to what is it? Should be wrong here. If I try to launch it, it doesn't load at all. Oh. Wait, now it's working? Question mark.
delete it.
You can't handle me.
We did it!
We did it! Yippee!
I love it. No, again, why doesn't want to load? Whenever I have, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. What else I have to play? Let me quickly enter Helldivers to see if I can reclaim some free shit. Smile. Also, in the meantime, you get shot.
Ska jag börja försöka prata med Skåne på? Vad i helvete? Vad fan?
Vad
Jag vill inte
fan?
prata skånska. Varför ska jag prata skånska för? Jag orkar inte. I don't know if I even can talk Skåne. Not that I want to.
There's only one thing that I understand, and it's vad fan. Nice. Nice cook. Acquisitions. What is... should we hear Sigurd? No. Is the other one. Redactor regimen. Give me this. Give me that. Nice. Nice cook. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Games. If Ruby were awake, I could convince her to help me. Since she isn't, I don't know what to. Should I do so? At the restaurant right now. Have you made like a topic? Like everyone talks about Penguins at 30%. I haven't done yet, but I should. YouTuber Japan singing. You know what? I'm going to use the wheel tactic. Let me see what games I have. Maybe this not. You know what? Can I advance? to increase the chance of everyone else except one. I gave Wero honey and he really liked it. Lord accurate. Wero likes honey? Other than he being away. Okay, so let me put OBS. Shared media. Let me show you the wheel of spin we have. Shady Survivors, Warframe, Story, Persona 5 Tactics, and with only a 10% Termina. Let's go. Oh, oops. Spin. Spin. Hi. Termina like Fear and Hunter Termina? Yes. Like.
No, why? Hi, Belle.
Bell bring a gun to a sword fight. Smile. Yes, Termina like Fear and Hunger Termina. Why? I will be punishing. I will have punished you and tell you to play Termina. Why? Why? Do you want me to play Termina? I will have punished you and tell you to play Termina. Cause it's a hard game. I feel like Fear and Hunger 1 is harder. Termina is not. Do you want me to play Termina? I don't have a sensor, but I don't think I have to. I might have to. 1 second. Okay, let me quickly. 1 second. Okay, let's play Termina. Game Termina. Almost. Game and H Termina. There we go. Okay, let me look up for a mod. Termina YouTube TOS mod. F and H. Sensor. I suppose I'm going to use dark raccoons. Wait, what? Is it still in full display? Well, I suppose that one is... I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Anyways. File... Go to patch store, patch standard RARF. To the folders. Okay, hold. Patch. It's on move the folder and read everything. So now I have to it's almost 1 gigabyte of patch. What the hell? Properties, browse. Okay. what? Let's put some music for the moment. How it was? Termina Pulse and Anxiety. In the meantime. And I'm going to look up for... Oh, I destroyed the wheel. Entries. Playable cast of terminal names. There we go. We have Levi Marina. Unless you have someone you want me to play. Dan Avela. Osa Olivia. Marco Karin. Okay. So the hardest one so far in here will be Olivia, in my opinion. I'm not missing anyone. I feel like I'm missing someone. No. Wait. Termina. I feel like I'm missing. Oh no, they are 8 only. Okay. They are only 8. So let's see. We have Levi, Marina, Dana, Bella, Osa, Olivia, Marco, and Karin. The easiest will be Marco, the hardest will be Olivia. Please don't be Olivia. Oh, easy money. Okay, let me see Marco. Because one just doesn't play. And need to leave it here. Well, halfway there. Marco saves everyone. Marco saves ending A. Wait, ending A? Yes. Wait. F. Franhunger 2 SA. One girl's. Someone. So in dusk. My friend Hunger it's a masterpiece. As a terminal, but not saver. Which one? Top or bottom? Defender refer her terminal, sadistic masterpiece. You know what? This one has like a shosho references, so more than they're ready. Adiós, jungle.
Well, I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. Oh well, might as well tell you about Fear and Hunger 2. Fear and Hunger 2 is brutal.
No.
It's also sadistic. Oh shit. And it's downright a fucking insane RPG game where death is not a possibility, it's an inevitability. Now, I tend to avoid RPGs, mostly because my gamer brain only allows me to play pew-pew shooters with ranking systems and overpriced gun skins. But something about getting my ass ripped apart in the first Fear and Hunger kind of struck a chord with me and managed to get me invested. So, after having experienced all that the first game, well, had to offer, I quickly came to learn from my ever so lovely viewers that there was a second game. So I thought I'd share it with all of you, both the good, the bad, and the downright bizarre shit that I experienced through playing Fear and Hunger 2. Termina, unlike the first game, takes place in a post-war version of Europe in the 40s. However, the first thing that stood out to me had to be the inclusion of 8 playable characters. Now, this is double the amount from the first game. While it might seem insignificant at first, it is super important. Now, each character offers a totally different experience as you play. Different stories, skills, and even special interactions. Now, for my playthrough, I decided to go for the Giga Chad himself, Marco, baby!
Perfect.
Now, he obviously bears a striking resemblance to Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which has only made me want to play him even more. His story is that of a man fleeing from the mafia after having killed a mob boss for threatening his sister, who was also dating the mob boss. It's a little convoluted. As for the other characters, we have the most based of Osa. He's a yellow mage whose purpose is hidden in the shadows. Levi is an ex-child soldier with a heroin addiction. Wait, did I read that right? A heroin addiction. Honestly, what other game does this kind of shit? Then there is Marina, just an occult little girl. Karen, a nosy journalist. Abella with the arguably biggest ass in the game. That is lore accurate, by the way, not my words. Olivia, a wheelchair-bound girl, but also a skilled botanist. And skills and even special interactions. Now, for my playthrough, I decided to go for the Giga Chad himself, Marco, baby!
Perfect.
Now, he obviously bears a striking resemblance to Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which has only made me want to play him even more. His story is that of a man fleeing from the mafia after having killed a mob boss for threatening his sister, who was also dating the mob boss. It's a little convoluted. As for the other characters, we have the most based of Osa. He's a yellow mage whose purpose is hidden in the shadows. Levi is an ex-child soldier with a heroin addiction. Wait, did I?
Wait, Osa has reasons. He wants to help the continent of Abyssinia, which is Africa.
Read that right? A heroin addiction. Honestly, what other game does this kind of shit? Then there is Marina, just an occult little girl. Karen, a nosy journalist. Abella with the arguably biggest ass in the game. That is lore accurate, by the way, not my words. Olivia, a wheelchair-bound girl, but also a skilled botanist and incredibly good at spinning the block. And finally, Don, a doctor with the coolest looking eye patch in the entire game. Now, each of these characters have found themselves in the worst possible place in the world. Finland. Wait, sorry, it's actually...
Wait, what?
An imaginary version of Germany from the mind of a Finnish guy, which actually sounds worse. Imagine themselves in the worst possible place in the world. Finland.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, it's actually an imaginary version of Germany from the mind of a Finnish guy, which actually sounds worse. Speaking of Germany, we find ourselves in a train. We are prompted to play the intro, and normally I would skip this, because I love getting straight into the gameplay, but... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yeah, I'm not skipping this shit again. Now, what is unique about the intro is that our choices will determine our skills. If we choose answers that point towards, for example, defense, we gain defensive skills, and so on and so forth. So, waking up, a creepy little girl runs past us, and we enter what looks like a wood workshop. Now, this entire sequence can be fully skipped if you don't play the intro, but it does give important game context. It teaches you combat, which I have a ton to say about that a bit later, but also it introduces you to this game's big bad guy, Perkele.
Ah, there you are. got you pulled out of that nasty place. You were going deep into that rabbit hole.
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole. And he's doing all this for the Moon God Rear. They have gotten us, as well as 13 other contestants, stuck here in the city of Precheville to compete in a pseudo Hunger Games type of battle royale. So when we awaken, we find ourselves back on the train. Whew, okay, I'm awake. For a second there, I thought I was in Finland. What a fucking nightmare. All right, I'm gonna grab this map on the table, which looks oddly similar to the one from Silent Hill 2. I mean, they look identical. Hello, everybody. My name is Borat. Very nice. Okay, for real though, who the fuck are you guys? Okay, so...
Sorry, I had an unnoticed. How the fuck do I do this? I never thought that far. Smile. Sure, why not? Let me put this here. Since it doesn't affect, let's put the chat over here. Let me Alt F10, I think. What? So this doesn't work? I see. Un momento, por favor. Window capture. Termina. Capture audio beta. What it is? What is termina? Filters. A limiter of 20. So it doesn't blow up anyone's. Does it's being captured? No. What is termina? Wait. It doesn't matter because they can actually capture the audio. Huh. Interesting. Let me go over. Let me start closing some. We say we are going to play Marco. We are going to call Marco. And Fear and Hunger mode. Skip the character story. No. Don't worry, I know. Pickpocket, burglar, can pick and burglar. Footwork. Let's go for defense to learn perfect one. Get rid of Ricardo, clean intent, medical goods, and there we go. Signature, yes. Skip the intro? No, because probably Kiki doesn't know it. So the resume of Marco is he's from the Vatican City, or Italy / and he wanted to live a normal life, but no money, and he only cared for his sister and had to become a mobster. Okay, let's keep with the... You're actually playing this game? Yes, why not? This game is so mean, you are mean, and I don't say anything about that. You say things about it all the time. What? What? Wait, that doesn't make sense. What? I don't see mean things. I'm with a wee baby. Smile. Okay. We have the essay.
This is a massive and important change. You see, in the first Fear and Hunger, your story felt kind of like its own separate adventure compared to the other 3 characters, whereas in Termina, all the contestants can be met and interacted with.
Okay, you feel like someone was watching you while you sleep. I need to remember how to use the controllers. Motions too. What the fuck do I sprint? I don't remember. A longer pistol. Let's bring for you. Briefing talisman that doesn't heal me at all. The janitor. You. I've been looking for you everywhere. Ignore the sensory cucumber it has in the front. Shoes, where did you think you ran off? Don't you understand the hurry we're in? Get your hands off me, you spooky bitch. You know what? I'm going to fucking war. Back off, you spooky bitch. I I just need to remember how do I rev up. Marco was victorious. Fuck you. So anyways, usually that guy kills you, kidnaps you, stalks here, and you see Olivia's sister tell you to move on. But because Marco is what is known as very base, just you had hearts, you feel like you're losing your mind. It's because we are in the hall of the gods. And so now I can speak. Hello, Perkele. Hi, Rar. Ah, there you are. A mischievous person, blah 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 blah. Thank you for giving me. He is going to explain me that we have to kill each other, and this is a festival, battle royale. Your hands and shivers on your spine. What's just going on? Oh yeah, because I'm fully health? Yes. When I get pizza dot ready. Okie dokie. Go make that dough. Hi Tanaka. Bye Tanaka.
Are you thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Okay.
Almost at the beginning of the game, and it's kind of a necessity to do so. See, interacting with the others becomes a big part of the game's journey and gameplay loop, and if you don't interact with them, it kind of makes it impossible to finish the game. We have the option of introducing ourselves to the others, or we can just run the fuck away right off the get-go. Whatever choice you make will depend on how you wish to play the game. Alright, guys, I am out of here. Bye-bye. Okay, right. I got something quite important to say here. Now, I had a really hard time enjoying this game from the start. You see, in Fear and Hunger 1, the game just let you loose and gave you really only 2 directions to go in. And I'm not even kidding when I say this, but getting my ass railed by the guard in the first game of the dungeon really is what made me want to keep playing the game further. But with Fear and Hunger 2, the game is almost 3 times the size of the first one, so I felt overwhelmed by the size of everything, including size of the dick. The mere fact that there were just so many characters, directions to go in, and things to find made it hard for me to grasp or really fully get into the game. And with Termina, I struggled to find that. I'm the type of gamer where I almost need a direction or path to follow, or else I will just feel lost. That was until I made a new save file one night and finally decided to explore beyond the train. And holy shit, did things escalate quickly. Now, I follow a man named Tanaka into the forest. He's just an average Japanese salaryman. Together, we find a bunch of stronger corpses.
Tanaka is the goat.
Casual. I even get jump scared by a falling bucket.
But the one thing that made me want to keep playing was the encounter with the woodsman.
Now, when I first ran across him, I watched as he quite literally chopped up a villager's head. So, with no idea what to do, I saw a hole or a well, and it prompted me to jump down. So that's what I did. But then I remembered the last time I jumped into a hole, yeah, it didn't really go that well. Now, as I sat in this endless pit of literal shit, I kept trying to press or do anything, but I know from the first game that it won't do nothing. Or at least I thought so, until I got a prompt to yell for help. I thought maybe it could do something or nothing until we hear some footsteps.
Huddle.
Holy shit, it's Tanaka. This caught me off guard so hard. You see, in the first game, no one could come to your rescue. You were doomed to die in the toilet on your own. But here, my lovely Japanese salaryman came to my rescue. Is that Tanaka's dismembered head?
Smile.
And a rope? I climbed out, and it's the woodsman. He sent the rope down. Holy shit. You do not understand how this moment is what cemented my love for the second game. But the game fully subverted my expectations. Instead of being saved by one of the passengers, I got saved by the man that caused me to end up here in the first place. This was the point which made me want to keep playing and get invested. Something about how the game messed with my perceptions and ideas of it just made me want to keep enjoying it. The woodsman is also an interesting guy. Now, if you manage to kill him and you get his keys, you can check his basement inside of his home. And maybe you shouldn't kill the guy, given he saved us, but that's besides the point. Here you can uncover a blood-splattered wall and writings on it, as well as the body of the woodsman's wife. Now, what we learned from this information and the letter on the man himself is that apparently his goat, named Black Caleb, apparently... Wait, I need a second before I read this. His goat... his wife. Turns out he wasn't a good enough lover, so his wife decided to become a literal goat diddler. Only Fear and Hunger can make me invested in a story about a wife cheating on her husband with a goat. It's just so bizarre, yet that is what makes it entertaining. It is actually kind of similar to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, my favorite anime and manga series. The weird shit and goofy characters in that show and manga is what makes it so memorable and fun to watch. Without those elements, it would just be yet another shonen series with little to no heart or soul. Speaking of the goat, Black Caleb of course being his name, you can actually recruit him. To do this, you just gotta go into the basement of the house and draw a symbol for the god Rear on the ritual circle. Doing so, you'll be able to recruit him when you go back outside. But when you do draw the circle, you'll also enter a alternate world. Now, I'll talk about these other locations a little bit later, but when you're inside of here, you can meet a man in black. It is speculated that the goat and the man in black are basically the same person, individual, entity, whatever you want to call them. And given the fact that he's a goat, it could imply that he is a pseudo devil in the world of Fear and Hunger. So if I instead didn't jump into the big well and just ran past the woodsman, I could head towards the western woods and keeping Tanaka alive for now, and instead finding my first party member, Abella.
You there. You like video games? You like watching video essays? You should subscribe. And while you're at it, join our Discord. If you don't, well, who knows what might happen. Where was I?
All right, Abella. She's a skilled technician and has, according to the in-game lore, the thickest bunda. And together with her ass, we can enter a bunker called Tunnel 7. Now, the party system where you have other characters join you, like Abella in this case, is great in the game, but it does come with a downside. The more members you have, the more easy it is for enemies to actually grab you and attack you because your party is larger, and because it's larger, you also are more likely to be hit when you're trying to avoid them. Inside, we find a hat, which looks oddly similar to Tanaka. Oh my god, again! Brother, Tanaka can just not catch a bloody break. No matter what you do, he seems to get killed. This time by Needles. But before we talk about Needles himself, notice how we saw Tanaka's hat right before we found him being killed. Now, this is a great way for the game to do world building and sort of immersion. The hat is just so recognizable on Tanaka that its placement felt so strange, but the game loves doing this, leaving small hints or indications of what's to come without making it blatantly obvious. Now, as for the guy that killed him, his name is Needles. He's based on Art the Clown from the Terrifier franchise. Now, Needles can be really hard to beat, and even if we lock him away for the first time around, he will escape. So killing him early on is the best thing to do. And if we search his body, we can find a month's supply of heroin. Yeah, more about that in a bit. Now, after leaving the Tunnel 7, we can instead head towards the Old Town.
Well, not at 11.
On the way, also encountering the dogs from the first game, or the hounds. This time, however, they're missing their heads, which is a little bit strange, but they do less damage, so that's great. Reaching Old Town, we encounter, well, some interesting people. The villagers are lore accurate to daily life in Frankfurt, Germany, and we also get our first taste of combat. Now, I want to say, combat is something in Fear and Hunger which is sort of meant to be avoided. It's mostly because, unlike other RPGs where you gain experience and new items, in Fear and Hunger, there is nothing gained from actually killing enemies or battling. So in the first game, it's best to avoid them. However, that's not the case in Fear and Hunger 2. In Termina, however, I quickly learned that progress can only be done through combat. See, Termina introduces the headshot mechanic. Oh yeah, baby. By chopping off the heads of your enemies and sacrificing them to the old gods, you gain what's called soul shards. Now, these can then in turn be used to upgrade or unlock skills for your character on the Hexen table. Again, the game does a great job of subverting my expectations without making it too jarring and uncomfortable to enjoy. But I love the combat in this game, and mostly because of the targeting of different body parts. Instead of just going for an entire enemy like in, let's say, Pokemon, here you get to target individual body parts, and you gotta take them out one by one carefully and strategizing to figure out what is the weakest part on the enemy. And this is what I love about the game. Normally, I'm not the type of person to play RPGs much because I think they're tedious and boring, but because of the trial and error and constantly weird shit happening in this game, it keeps me invested. So eventually, after fighting through a bunch of Europeans, I end up with this pig mask guy, and I shit you not, if you talk to him in battle, you can mock him, and this will cause him to die. What's wrong, bro? Nice balls. Guys with pig masks don't get hot Latinas. Dude, you look like you're from Detroit. So one thing you can observe while walking around in Old Town is that there's these, I guess, coffins all over the place, and if you interact with them, you can knock on them. However, on the lowest difficulty, which is what I was playing on, you don't really get any interactions. However, if you play on higher difficulties, something will pop out of them, that being the death masks. Now, these guys are a chase enemy. Think like Mr. X, or I guess a little bit like Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2. Basically, it's an enemy that chases after you. They have giant blades, and death masks are multiple. They are extremely difficult to defeat and could end your runs in a single battle, but it doesn't end there. If we keep walking around, we can enter a shop, which we were not supposed to enter just yet because apparently it's too early and he won't be opening until tomorrow. So we can leave the shop with the weird bandaged guy who's holding what seems like a baby. I'm not going to question it too much. Instead, we go inside of a house where we find our first bed to lay in. Now, of course, I take the opportunity to have myself a nap, but I do remember something important. You see, in the first Fear and Hunger, when you tried to save your game, you had to do a coin flip, and this coin flip would result in either you going to sleep and saving your game, or option number 2 was you may or may not run into an enemy, depending on if you killed everyone on the floor you were on. And this would be very impactful because this could end your entire run just by trying to save your game. It made the literal concept of saving your progress a 50-50 gamble, which is kind of interesting because it adds, like I've said before, a little bit of edge to the actual experience of the game, which I'm fine with, but it doesn't end there. You see, in Termina, they instead let you save your game whenever you want to. There is no coin flip. But instead, we are transported to the same place we first met Pedkele. Now, first of all, his name is literally just a swear word in Finnish, by the way. It's a word I've heard many times from drunk Finnish men in Sweden on the buses, but that's besides the point. He basically works for the moon god Rear, who, again, looks oddly similar to the moon from Majora's Mask. And that's because this game, instead of having a 50-50 coin flip, instead has a 3-day limits. What I mean by this is that you only have 3 days, just like in Majora's Mask, to actually finish the game. And every time you save, you are progressing those days forward. In total, you can only save like 7 to 8 times because the game works in a day, night, and kind of morning cycle. So you have basically like 3 sets during the day where you can save. So every day, out of a total 3, you can save 3 times. This is pretty nuts because it keeps you constantly on the edge. But you might think to yourself, well, I'll simply just not save my game. What's gonna happen? Well, here's the thing. To balance it out, you literally cannot make progress in the entire game if you do not save at least a few times. An example, you know that shopkeeper we just spoke about? Well, the reason he will not sell us anything is because he literally will not open until the next day. So you need to save like 2 or 3 times so the next day starts to roll over, and then he will let you purchase items. This is how the game does a really good job of balancing the saving versus you actually doing things in the world. It forces you to save even if you don't want to. So even if you want to do a clean singular run, you're gonna have a struggle, except if you're playing specifically the most hardest difficulty, the masochism mode. Because when you play that one, well, then it's much easier because there is no saving in that version. You gain nothing from saving your game. You have to beat it in a singular run. By the way, I did mention a little bit of Majora's Mask, but you can clearly see the influence here. The giant moon, the 3-day cycle, it's all there. I mean, shit, even like the land specifically in Majora's Mask is called Termina. So he's using the exact same naming scheme in this game. It is great, and you can definitely tell that Miro, the creator of Fear and Hunger, loves to take influences from different sorts of media, whether it's manga, anime, other video games, movies, all sorts of stuff to use as inspiration for his game. And I think it's the best when you can do that sort of stuff, where it doesn't feel like a copy, but rather it's fully inspired by it. Like Termina here, Fear and Hunger 2 feels like its own product and not just a byproduct or a copy of specifically Majora's Mask. Instead, it's its own experience. As we return back to the old town, our further exploration can garner us a few new things. First of all, we can find a house with yet another shitty jump scare, but also something brand new that has been introduced in this game. America's favorite pastime, guns, baby. And the thing that was the wildest to me is that the guns can't just be used during battle, but in the overworld, you're actually able to equip a weapon and fire off bullets on enemies that are charging at you. This is a sick mechanic, but it has a bit of a drawback to balance it out. If you run out of bullets while shooting an enemy when they reach you, the gun you used will still be on you, but you won't be able to do anything since the weapon is out of ammo during combat. It's a good way to keep the game balanced and make sure that the, well, ranged guns are not overpowered. Also, one of the most effective weapons in the game is actually glass shards. By picking up glass that's crushed on the floor, you can throw it at enemies' faces to lower their accuracy, which is great. Another mechanic that I noticed was added in the game, which never appeared in the first one, is a run mechanic. This one uses a stamina bar, and if you hold shift, you can run away from enemies. This is necessary given the speed increase that certain enemies also have in this game. So you kind of need to use this in some of those tight corners and hallways to make sure you are able to traverse around them. Now, our exploration eventually leads us down into a sketchy basement. Now, most of these look like makeshift bomb shelters that would have been used during World War II. Also, remember all those severed heads we casually chopped off? Well, this is where we can exchange them for some sweet loot. We get soul shards in return, which can be used to unlock lovely things in the hexen table. Speaking of which, there are only 2 ways to even use the hexen table. One is to go to sleep and use the hexen table at Petculus Tower, and the other is the 2 hexen tables that are hidden somewhere in the city of Preheville, which we will find eventually. However, the abilities that you have on offer are some of the wildest and hands down funniest shit you'll ever see.
I'm looking for skills, right? The one thing I read, blood sacrifice. I'm like, okay, you know what? I can understand that. Smack shit, brother. What am I reading? That's an actual, dude, no joke. That's an actual ability. Oh my, I'm not gonna say much more about it. I won't say it out loud, but they have literally custom-made animations for each of the characters if you unlock this skill. It is crazy.
Oh, shite.
Another thing we find in the basement is that kid Levi from earlier. He seems to be stressed out and will run away if we try to talk to him. And the interesting part here is that if we don't encounter him in this exact moment in this location, he won't show up later for us to possibly recruit him. This is one of the most interesting elements of the game. You have to sort of be very careful with how and when you do things to make sure you can see certain events take place, which does add to the replayability of the game. Reaching the slums of the city, it looks like most of the residents here have had a little bit too much rakia the night before, so they all looked fucked up. A bunch of these people have disfigured faces, and some of them can even attack us, but it's best to avoid these guys in particular as they are infected. Inside of one of the huts, an old man tells us that these people have been moon-scorched, probably due to the moon god's influence. Now, this causes mutations and disfigurement of the humans, as well as a loss of sanity. Apparently, all the homeless and downtrodden people were pushed into into the slums by the woodsman as well as one of the priests. We are actually offered here the option of killing them and bringing back their heads. I did try doing this once, but in doing so, I encountered the woodsman, and if he gets to the point where he can use the coin flip attack, because yes, coin flips are still in the game, they're only really used on chests and during battles, but if he does use it, he throws literally his schlong at us. Abella is grabbed by a bony grasp of an appendage. Violently, the thing thrusts its tentacles down the throat. Cold tendril. Yo, daddy, calm down. Jeez. And it ended up with Abella having a giant face hugger from Alien stuck on her face. So it's best avoided and just not really worth doing this little side quest for him. Instead, while on the search for the priest, which was the second person he wanted, I ended up entering the mayor's mansion. Now, I was told by the homeless guy that apparently a new mayor was in charge ever since the Bremen army, which is pseudo-Germany in this case, took over the town of Preheville. While here, we can find the priest. Now, he isn't too hard to defeat. And this particular priest's name is Father Oscar, and clearly the guy has seen some better days. I mean, look at his head. It's best to cut his limbs off fast before he can use his magic spells, because those can do immense damage and easily ruin your entire run, but also get rid of many limbs on your body. And if you by any chance happen to die to this guy, you'll also find yourself with your legs chopped off, hung up in the old town square while the villagers do some ritual dances around you. Man, I feel like Polnareff from part 5. However, there is an interesting thing that can happen if you get stuck here. August, one of the coolest characters in Termina, can show up. Now, this dude is someone that we really cannot play as, but we do run across him many times in the game. And each time, he'll do some badass shit like jumping across buildings or killing random stuff. However, in this case, he gets us down from there and patches us up before running away. And since our legs are gone, this is basically a game over. So just make sure that when you do go into the battle with the priest, just make sure you are prepared. Exploring the rest of the mayor's mansion, you can find a bed. And remember, beds are used for saving, but they also progress the days forward. And depending on what your character you're playing as, there's a chance you may run across the most vile guy in this entire game. Caligura. Now, this dude is one of the 14 contestants, and he is a mobster. He is just hands down constantly throughout the entire game doing horrible shit. He will kill other contestants just blatantly. If you try to sleep in the bed as Abella, he will try to on her.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantical.
And just so much other worse shit. Now, I had the pleasure of avoiding any encounters with him on my main runs, but he can make himself present quite a few times through your gameplay. And if you do run across him, it's best to just kill the guy, or else he can start trouble down the road. Instead, we are going to be encountering the mayor. Now, to encounter him, we need to make sure the day has progressed to the evening. So, to do this, I just left and ran back all the way to the train and slept there and then returned to the mansion, where I encounter his butler.
Who's this? Good afternoon, mister. From what I understand, you're a newcomer to this town, no? We've got a new mayor to the old town. I'm sure he's thrilled to start his business immediately by meeting the newcomers. Okay, please, he's waiting at the dining room. Oh, shit.
And he will be inside the kitchen having a meal. The guy is grotesque, but his attire resembles that of Henrik, which we encountered at the train from the start. Now, there are really only two ways things can go here. We can answer the questions he gives us incorrectly, and this will initiate a battle sequence against him, which, to be honest, is not worth it. The guy has, it's like, just too powerful, man. Okay, you can't win. So it's better to just answer his questions correctly, which, if it's done, will instead cause him to just hand you the first key you need to enter the center of Preheville. So, with the key in hand, we can now hunt for the second one. And this one
here comes the
boat. This is, of course, where we fought Needles. Speaking of Needles, by the way, a little bit of a side note, but if you didn't actually kill him just yet, if you encounter him here for the first time after doing all the other stuff we've done so far, he'll be wearing Tanaka's hat, which I find to be the most hilarious thing ever. Poor Tanaka got killed, and the man even stole his hat. It is ridiculous. So, all we need is some gasoline to activate an elevator. Now, this will lead us down deeper. And that same girl from the start of the game will creepily walk by once more as butterflies linger where she steps. Now, these are used in-game to indicate if that you're going in the right direction. The butterflies almost show you the path. And at the end, we will find a soldier's corpse, which holds the second key, as well as a soldier's letter talking about some bizarre shit happening around here. The last thing we uncover is a giant machine called a telectroscope. There are 3 of these spread out through the city of Preheville, and we can learn this later when we pick up a note which highlights all of these on the map for us. To get to each 3 of these is a massive task, but it's necessary if you wish to get the game's hardest ending, which is known as Ending A, which is the one I actually ended up getting. Isn't that crazy? Oh boy. There is also a ritual circle right below the telectroscope. If we touch it, we will find ourselves in the other world. This is a dark and twisted version of Preheville and is directly inspired by the other world from Silent Hill. Here we'll be swamped and just swarmed by the Rontial. These things are just strange monsters with large pendulum-looking arms, and their body is just stitched pieces together. Now, if we escape from them, we can exit the other world and return to the front gate once more. So, now that we have both those keys, we can enter inside of Preheville's main streets. Now, this is where a large majority of your time will be spent in the game. The streets will be loaded with foes and all kinds of weird stuff happening. I check out the restaurant first because I want a little bit of pasta, but unfortunately they don't fucking have it. So instead, we're gonna go downstairs where we will find Levi. Well, here's the thing. We have the option of actually recruiting him into our party, but the only way to do this is on this particular day and specifically using heroin. I'm not even kidding. I mean, I could also just kill him for the other endings, you know? I mean, it's always doable. Yeah, you see, Levi is and was a child soldier from a very young age, and his way of coping with the traumas of his past was to get, well, higher than a kite and start making clouds like Snoop Dogg. So the only way to recruit him is by having some heroin on hand. Lucky me, I did have some from Needles from way earlier in the run. So if we hand these his way, he will join up with us and keep exploring. And due to being a soldier, he is very skilled with any gun or ranged weapons that we may encounter. One of the things we will run across together is none else than Pocket Cat. Now, this is a terrifying creature which already appeared in the first Fear and Hunger, and it's somehow still around now many years later. It beats the shit out of someone inside of its bag, and then we can spend some time talking philosophically before Pocket Cat offers us to buy a bunch of different items, which could come in handy, in exchange for heads? Actually, specifically contestant heads, but it's not as bad as what he wanted in the first game. With nothing to offer him, we leave, and I noticed that my entire squad is hungry, which is a good time to bring up the game's 3 different systems. You see, first there is your health. This determines if you're still alive or not, as reaching 0 means you get sent to the Shadow Realm. As for your hunger and sanity, these can affect how you function and perform. For example, if you get way too hungry, you may lose the ability to use your legs. And if your sanity goes too low, you might start sounding like Joe Biden. So to keep each of these things on the up and up, it's best to drink some vodka and do some hard drugs with the boys. The rest of the city has so much to offer. For one, there's quite a few different enemy types, there's a few stores, and there's these guys called Bobbies, which are basically moon-scorched police officers with multiple arms and batons so they can beat the shit out of everyone. Funny thing about them though is if you kill one of them, you actually need to kick them on the ground to fully end their life. I wonder if this is meant to have some strange undertones, huh? But yeah, finally they actually made the kicking mechanic from the first game have a use case. Because I remember I was able to always kick corpses in the first Fear and Hunger, but it just didn't do shit. Now there actually is a use case for it because it's the only way to kill off one of these bobbies. There's also these weird dog monsters which will haunt us, as well as the Inquisitors, which are just fucking annoying with their little jingle bells. But the weirdest thing I found was inside one of the clothing stores where we can encounter something strange. It's a giant pile of clothes. Clothes, really? Okay. Well, this is an enemy which can be faced off against. It's similar to the human Hydra from the first game. It can't do anything to you as, well, basically it can't kill you, but you can't kill it unless you want to stand here for a few hours since it has like literally 1,000,000 health. I'm not even exaggerating. But this enemy does carry some significance. It's actually based on a real-life fear that the creator of the game, Miro, has of specifically, I'm not even kidding, white button-down shirts. Apparently, he saw a giant obelisk art piece of that in his childhood, which terrified him, so that became a trauma, and he put it inside of the game. This would explain why this particular enemy only removes your sanity rather than doing any physical damage. I can kind of relate to this because I have an irrational fear of buttons and metal, so don't question it, it's just strange.
Smile.
Alright, well, back to the streets I go, where I belong. When you move around the city, there's actually these manhole covers that you can use to enter into the sewer system of Preheville. By far, this is one of my least favorite places to explore, just in general. For one, it contains a ton of enemies. You have the neighbors, which wear white button-down shirts. Huh, interesting. And they look just like the Slurper enemies from Silent Hill 3. They are easy to beat, but there are just so many of them that you end up wasting a lot of health just trying to get through them. The tunnel does also contain the game's hardest puzzle to solve without a guide, which I should also mention, This game is close to impossible to beat without looking things up, and I don't actually mind that. Having to look things up and having certain stuff feel almost hidden or like an urban legend, which only a few Reddit posts could explain, actually reminded me of my childhood when I got my hands on my first ever Game Boy with Pokemon Ruby version. I always remember struggling and getting stuck due to my lack of English knowledge at the time, and also I was just a dumb kid, okay? But I never forgot this sort of like story I would hear in school, and these special and rare Pokemon which you could find. And this one kid showed me a YouTube video for the first time, and it was just of a guy doing a strange puzzle to unlock and access one of the 3 Reggies. And this brought this crazy amazement into my eyes and my mind. I just couldn't believe that this secret stuff existed, and there are people on the internet that explain it. And I felt that same joy of discovery whenever I had to look things up for Termina. Learning from others how to do things and then realizing, oh my god, that's how it works? It was such a euphoric moment for me. So, using a guide, we can solve the sewer puzzle, and this actually gains us access to the second location for the second telectroscope. But before we get to it, we run across an old face. Out of the darkness, a creature approaches. When it finally reaches us, it's Moonless! Oh my god, this is one of the best doggies ever, okay? She is one of the monsters you can recruit in Fear and Hunger 1. She has basically just gotten larger, and there is something strange though. She has 2 weapons from Fear and Hunger stuck in her back. One of them is Miasma, and the other one is Black Steel, another sword from the first game. So we can actually use this opportunity to steal these swords if we want to. Either way, this battle can be hard.
Only one is available.
A ton of times, but eventually you will be saved by August, the Mega Chad, because he will show up and stop the battle, telling us that Moonless is apparently a family friend of his, which would imply that he knows a lot more about, I guess, the first game than he's letting on. So, with that sorted, we can head down to the bottom of the basement. Here we can find the another telectroscope activated, and oh my dear lord, is that Tanaka? Holy shit, man. He's seen better days. He looks a little fucked up, a little terrifying. But at first, I thought he was okay. But as he turns around, it is Tanaka's doppelganger. It's a copy of him. We encountered another one of these doppelgangers back in the sewers, which I didn't show you, but I can show you now. And that one was specifically of Levi. It's almost like somebody's trying to clone and create fake versions of real humans, but they're not really the best at making them look, you know, actually human. They look a little fucked up, a little uncanny. So either way, we can battle and take Tanaka out relatively easily, which doesn't really garner us anything. Alright, baby, we're back to the surface. The only thing we need now is one more telectroscope. So, yeah, let's keep searching the town for some survivors. There's a strange noise from one of the shopping malls. Sounds like screams. So I go to the roof where I see this shit, and it's, yeah, a little bit disturbing to say the least. As we explore, we run across Dr. Keffer's store. The guy is a bit of a shitheel, but if we check the back of his store, there is a magic lamp. Now, I, of course, didn't really think much of it and pressed the rub it button. Little did I know that giving a hand job to a magic lamp would summon an evil genie that easily killed my entire party. So instead, we're just gonna reverse back and buy some stuff from Dr. Keffer with some of the shillings we can spare. So if we now head towards the east side of Breheville, we will discover and find the church. Before we enter it, we do also see a giant creature just stabbing one of the bobbies. As we enter it, it's a church in the honor of Almir, one of the old gods. And here we can discover the second element of Fear and Hunger, the hunt for the effigies. You see, the telectroscopes are only one part and one thing needed for ending A, but if you wish to get any of the other two endings, you instead need to find these strange effigies that are spread around the city. Then taking them back and placing them here on the altar in the church is what you need to do. Also, one of the effigies is that of a man giving fellatio. Alright then. Exploring this place, we can find a few notes. One of them, for example, is from one of the workers that was repairing the church. He apparently hid away one of his bolt cutters in the church because some kids were stealing his stuff. And if we find those bolt cutters underneath some rocks, we can climb up to the top of the church, and along the way, we also have to try to avoid these big monsters called Pillar Men. A great name, by the way, as it's directly taken from the 4 villains of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2 called Battle Tendencies. Basically, that series and that specific part features these 4 really buff dudes that are referred to as the Pillar Men. They're amazing. So if we use the bolt cutters on the chandelier, it will crash and open the ground up, allowing smooth access into the church's basement. But we do find these weird things though. For example, the first effigy, the martyr one, but it also holds a new enemy type. It's Gary from SpongeBob. That is not even a joke, by the way. It's literally based on Dream Gary, which is basically looks identical to this creature. Its name in Termina is Crimson Father, and loads of them will be roaming around the place, and when you basically defeat one in battle, the little version of him will just crawl away just like Gary does in SpongeBob. We can also use one of the ritual circles here to enter the other world, but this version of the other world is strange. There are lumps of clay which we can interact with and shape into ourselves, which is a peak narcissism, baby. However, something dark does hide in this room. As we approach an altar, a girl can be spotted. We have seen her before. See, I had at one point returned earlier to the train to just check some things out.
Holy shit, who the hell was that?
Her name is Samari, and her story is quite grim. She is madly in love with Marina, the occult girl which we can play as, but also who we met in the train. She's one of her classmates apparently, and Samari even murdered Marina's father because she thought that he was treating her poorly. So, when we saw her on the train, it was a moment of her stalking Marina. So, when we confront her, she will start spouting nonsense before we face her in combat. This is her moon-scorched form, called dysmorphia, most likely referring to her potentially suffering from body dysmorphia. It's a mental illness specifically involving obsessive focus on a perceived flaw in one's appearance. So it's just somebody finding flaws in the way they look and constantly obsessing about that, stressing about that, and even hurting themselves over that. Now, this battle is difficult, as dysmorphia can summon 2 creatures that will do extra damage each turn if they aren't killed off. However, what exactly causes her to turn into this creature, I don't know. Which I guess is another great time to bring up the element of moon-scorched forms. You see, everyone and every character that you play as, or NPC that's part of the contestants, can receive a moon-scorched form in the game. Usually this happens by the 3rd day of playing, and you will start encountering far more NPCs that have become moon-scorched. Now, this disease is basically a form of punishment by the moon god Rear, and this is towards people that don't want to take part in the Termina festival who he invited. So you might wonder, what exactly does Rear want us to do in this festival? Well, it seems like he wants us to kill the other contestants. That is the purpose of the festival. It's basically a way for him to find one human to attain the same levels of godhood that he has, or at least that's the implication. And if anyone is still alive by the 3rd day, that would imply that they have avoided killing others, so they start going and getting moon-scorched. I even tried going to the tower where Perkele waits for us once, but if you try to enter it before killing everyone else, your party members will become moon-scorched out of nowhere, and you need to kill them all anyways. So, in Samari's case, she gets defeated by us, and we do lose, some limbs in the process, but we do gain her soul. Her particular soul unlocks 2 skills in the Hexen table: the Blood Sacrifice and Master. Oh my god. Alright, besides that, this again shows how the game decided to very much focus on battles far more than the first one. You can literally not complete the game unless you kill others. It's a large part of the gameplay loop, and it's the only method to unlock more abilities on the Hexen, as well as to get the other 2 endings in the game besides ending A. Finally, we can leave the church to find the other 2 effigies, as well as the last electroscope that we need, so we head towards the west. First, we have a look-see inside of the orphanage, which, by the way, is arguably the creepiest location in the game.
Yes.
The music here is creepy, and it features these shadowy figures, a ghost-like monster resembling a little girl. They even leave handprints on the walls in the areas which they roam, which is a great touch of environmental storytelling, showing us that there are these ghosts leaving haunting reminders of their presence. A mechanic from the first game also makes a return. If you don't pay good attention to the floorboards, you may just be faced by a coin flip, which, if lost, because I have fucking shitty luck, will result in you dropping down into the basement, where cherubs, which are these creepy little monsters, will be waiting for you. These guys are most likely moon-scorched orphans, which is just a tad bit fucking disturbing. I mean, bro, this game has so many messed up enemies. I'm not gonna lie, this really did catch me off guard. The whole orphanage was just bizarre. It was very creepy and odd, and the fact that the coin flip mechanic suddenly appeared again literally gave me a real life fucking jump scare and whiplash, because I could not believe that they were forcing me to do this shit again. But if we keep exploring and make it to the top floors, we'll find which we can use outside of Perculus Tower,
my
which is
lord.
only one of 2 locations for this, which is fantastic. But what remains in the orphanage at this point is the battle against Father Hugo. This guy is just weird, okay? I don't know if perhaps he may have done some bizarre stuff to the orphans, but books and notes describe him as being a renowned man within the realm of the occult, as he has a massive fascination and strange interpretations of the gods of old, as well as just really wanting to go to the city of Mahabur from Fear and Hunger 1. If we battle the dude, the first phase is relatively easy, but holy shit, the man just decided to let it all hang out there in the second phase. He just goes full naked, and he will cast fire spells which can burn us, and if we defeat him somehow, the entire room will now be scorched, which again is a really cool detail that's added in. Like, he didn't need to add in this element, but it shows that we really did do this battle here, and it wasn't just something in our imagination. With him being killed now, we gain access to the headmaster key, which can be used in the orphanage's courtyard to access the area which contains the second effigy as well as a bunch of enemies. This time it's the hunger effigy, which to me could imply that perhaps these orphans constantly suffered from hunger and mistreatment from Father Hugo and the other priests that ran the orphanage. Once again, I'm back on the streets, and we need to find 2 more things. First, we check out the Preheville Bop. This is a bar of sorts where you can genuinely just take a moment to relax for a bit. Your party members will spread out, and it's just a perfect place to just take a little bit of a chill pill. You can also find a secret speakeasy. Now, these were real places which were used to serve alcohol during Prohibition, which is when all forms of alcohol were banned in the 1920s to the 1930s in the United States. The speakeasy is also where we can find the map that shows us the location of all the effigies and telectroscope, which we needed much earlier. There's also a ritual circle here, and if we had some chalk, which we found earlier, we can draw, well, different ritual circles. In my case, I drew one of the God of Fear and Hunger, which, funny enough, was created by us, the players, way back in the first game. Now, this specific God's ritual circle allows us to save our game without having to use a bed or a rare book of enlightenment. So the game does offer opportunities for you to save your game without actually progressing days forward, which is great. Our next goal is the apartment complex inside of
You will never guess what I'm going to go to do.
You're fucking stuck.
I'm going to go to save the
I didn't
game.
even know as I entered, so yeah. The apartment is really interesting, and it's mostly because there is a puzzle which you need to solve inside of it. Now, to do this puzzle, we can check out a television that is upstairs. There will be a news broadcast by none else than Karen, the news reporter that we ran across at the start of the game. She speaks of a man that murdered a bunch of people in the apartments, and the names she mentions are also the exact rooms we should check out. So, if we then push a giant horse head into one of the rooms and find the killer's diary, it will tell us exactly what order the codes are supposed to be in. And using that, we can go downstairs and type in the code into a washing machine. And then we can enter it. See, the bottom of the washing machine leads us to another version of the other world again. This was by far the hardest place to traverse, mostly because it's just filled with a ton of neighbor enemies, which we have to keep avoiding constantly. But if we manage to skirt around them, we can eventually find the final
I don't
effigy.
have
It's the fellatio
chalk.
one, with obviously the least subtle naming scheme ever. So having the last effigy, this actually opens up the apartments, and we can now leave if we want to. So only one thing remains before we use the effigies. We now have to find the third and final telectroscope. This one is found inside of the deep woods. This location can be accessed very early on if you have 2 items, that being one of the books, as well as some chalk to draw a ritual circle. I took the long way around, which caused me to have to run all the way past a bunch of crazed police officers, and oh hey, is that Karen? Seems she has had her fill of bizarre stuff for now, so she joins our party. We can then together proceed to the deep woods. Now, this place is my least favorite area, mostly because I just was a bit lost, and it's confusing as shit walking around here and traversing. And also because there's these annoying owl cultists that will shoot poison darts at you from the shadows, as well as the woods containing the game's hardest enemy, the centaur. Now, this thing will destroy you if it catches you. It's best avoided. You don't even need to battle it. You just need to get away from it because it is one-shotting you every time. And because it's so fast as well, it can be a little bit of a hassle dodging it. To find the last telectroscope, we need to avoid these massive flesh monsters and also kill the cousin of Needles, that being Stitches. Now, this bitch is a monster consisting of multiple humans sewn together into one grotesque creature. She can be as difficult as needles, and as for her design, she's seemingly based on the movie Stitches. Not very creative, but yeah. Basically, it's a horror movie from 2012, but the worst thing is, if she kills us in battle, she has a special scene where we can witness her stitching us together, just like in the movie Human Centipede. I won't elaborate further, but if we activate the elevator using some of the gasoline and we also kill her, we can reach the final telectroscope as well as finding Osa. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, please play this game yourself and play as Osa, because this guy has the most unique story of anyone, and a playthrough as him is almost a must. But since our party is full, he can't join us, which is unfortunate. So instead, we activate the last telectroscope and make our escape out of the deep woods. Oh, and also I forgot to mention, you guys remember Olivia Haas, the girl in the wheelchair? Well, guess what? In the forest, we can see her, but she's running around with her legs fully functioning, which was quite something to behold, to say the least. Now, this is where the game allows us to choose two different paths in terms of what we want to do. If we have the 3 telectroscopes activated, as well as the 3 effigies sorted out, we can go for ending A. But for endings C and B, we would need to kill all the other contestants first. In my case, I aimed for ending A, so that's what I will show you today. But we will talk a bit about the endings B and C at the end of the video as well.
Should I do the travel? Yes, I should do the
First of all, we reach the church again. We will then place the last 2 effigies and open up the basement once more. Down here, the game does this lovely thing of having 2 different paths you can choose, but basically, either path you go in will contain enemies, so you should have to determine which side is easier to beat and what will your team be better against. Exiting, we'll find ourselves in the Mausoleum Alley, where a new enemy called Belland will show up. Okay, this is getting out of hand at this point. Entering the altar of the one god, we'll find a dead woman, as well as encounter the coolest fuck character, Rancid the Sergal.
Mataneko Kone Magnificent. That is my name. The last name you'll hear before the heads start to roll. My blood is rushing wild!
Now, we've seen him a few times before when we reached the church the first time, but his battle is a wild one. He is really difficult, but if defeated, he will survive and then drop a spear before running away like a scared little shit. What I love about Rancid, though, is his really cool design, because it's based off of the web manga called Villis, which features a similar looking creature. Reaching an altar right before the big tower, we can encounter a strange scene. It's the Kaiser. This guy was first spotted by us early on when we entered the city of Preheville and looks just like the King in Yellow from Fear and Hunger 1. Or for those of you that remember, this would most likely be the guard, the man that wished to attain godly ascension.
Kaiser, do you even know why this bullet has your name written on it?
You're one of my officials. Cavalry again. You were recruited from Volhynia during the First Great War. That must mean I'm responsible for demolishing the village you were born in. And your family and relatives. I sincerely hope this is not an act of vengeance.
It's not wasted if I get my revenge here.
He's confronted by Pav, another one of the contestants who is dressed up in a Bremen uniform. Very reminiscent of another one I've seen before. It looks like Pav wants to kill the Kaiser, specifically because the Kaiser destroyed his village and forced Pav's people to conscript into the Bremen army, all in the hunt of creating his own godly power. The Kaiser does a sick anime move and slices Pav into some shish kebab, which then prompts us to get the option of either helping Pav by taking him back to the train, or we can kill him off. Depending on what kind of person you are and what ending you're aiming for, this will differ quite a bit. So after helping him to the train, we can now return back, and instead of going for the tower, I head towards the museum. Inside, there is a party, a masquerade of sorts, and it's filled with people. Shit, even Pocket Cat can be found here. Now, what we want to do in here is figure out a puzzle. I'm not gonna lie, it's a really time-consuming one, but basically, you need to insert the right time into one of the clocks. To do this, you need to talk to a bunch of characters and figure out what time it's supposed to be. Something like 2:35 or 2:35 p.m. This will then open a brand new gateway. Climbing down what feels like an endless ladder, we'll find the entrance to the White Bunker. Arguably the most punishing place in this entire game of Termina. You'll soon learn why. At first, it might seem like this is just yet another military base, though maybe a bit different than before. Little did I know how different it was. See, I run into my first enemy, and without hesitation, this happens. This will instantly end your runs. The Flame Troopers, as they are called, are by far the most dangerous enemies in the entire game. Whereas with the Centaur, you can run away, and other enemies, you can just hopefully win the battle. The thing with these guys is that they can kill you in the overworld. They're similar to the yellow mages from the first Fear and Hunger. And this is only because they can instantly blast you to death even without going into a battle. So it's important to use the sidestepping and sprint mechanic. I call it sidestepping because it's this weird sidestepping thing you do. But this movement will allow you to get to the Flame Trooper way faster than he can scorch you. Now, I did this, and during this battle is when I first discovered how the game's rev up system works. And no, I'm not talking about Rev K, the YouTuber. And yeah, you guys may have noticed that during these battles, there's this thing called rev and these strange yellow triangles. Well, I kind of forgot to bring them up earlier when I spoke about combat. And it's because, at first, I didn't even know how this shit worked. Eventually, I did figure out, though, that basically each turn that passes, you gain one yellow rev-up point. And for each point, whenever it's your turn, the next time you can choose to use 1 to 3 points or all at once. Now, what do these actually do? Well, they can boost your damage or even allow you to attack twice in the same round in case of having, for example, 3 points and using all of them at once. Now, I'll be honest, in my first run, I had totally overlooked this, and it made me struggle so much. I only ever started using these on my later runs, and it was such an oversight on my part. But again, this is what I love about this game. I punished the shit out of myself by not knowing how this system worked from the start. But that is what makes the game so much fun. It's unfair, but also requires you to pay attention if you want it to be fair. You can't just zone out and expect shit to go your way. And I love that the game forces you to think and react and learn more than anything. It's what makes it a challenging and punishing game without being downright impossible to beat. So clearing out each room of the White Bunker is basically just a matter of hoping you don't run into a Flame Trooper. All you gotta do is just kill a bunch of Bremen soldiers, and even running into a strange creature that looks a bit like Crowmauler from Fear and Hunger 1. It's this weird monster that was created by the Kaiser and the Bremen army, and it seems that they have been attempting to play gods themselves by creating their own creatures or monsters. At least that's the indication I got, but there will be more explained about this later. Before we reach the bottom of the White Bunker, we do see loads of instances of gigantic arms and body parts belonging to whatever the Bremen or Eastern Kingdom or whoever has been working on and creating down here, before we ultimately run into my hardest battle so far. The Sylvian Trooper is a woman inside of a tight latex suit, as well as holding a whip in the hand with some bunny ears like a cherry on top. Now, if we don't catch up to the Sylvian Trooper fast enough, she will instead face us together with the platoon. Now, these things appear to almost look like a weaponized version of the human Hydra from the first game. It has a one-shot move, which can only be dodged as long as we hit those fucking coin flips. Or the other way is to dodge it is by basically always guarding as our main playable character. If we guard, it just didn't seem to be able to hit us. This battle took everything out of me, and most of my party had already suffered like crazy. I thought to myself, all right, this is it. We're almost at the end. Just one last push. We are now in the Hall of the Gods. Only one enemy remains in front of us. It's the Kaiser, or the Yellow King. He speaks to us about the Machine God. It seems that his goal was no longer about becoming a god himself or attaining ascension. Rather, his goal seems to have been to defend the new Machine God, to achieve the same that the old gods and new gods did, bringing a new god into reality. No longer simply trying to achieve ascension himself, but rather taking on the task of protecting one. We can face him in battle. Now, I made a mistake here, which almost cost me my run, which was aiming at his arms instead of going for the asterisk, which is this weird object, a little asterisk standing next to him, which is a tiny object hovering by his head. Now, the battle was tough, but by beating him, we finally understood what was going on. The Kaiser, or Legard, had secretly taken control of the nation of Bremen, and using it, had started the Second Great War. Now, using his influence to try to control and get his hands on the project known as Logic. Now, this was a goal by the Eastern Union to create their own machine god, but when a peace treaty had been signed, the Bremen demanded control of Prehevil to be given to them. instead. Now, one of the head engineers working on the logic project was named Rayla Haas, the sister of Olivia Haas. She apparently freaked out because she knew the importance of the project and that if it ended up in the hands of the Bremen, and especially the Kaiser, it could spell the doom of everyone. So, with the help of a paramilitary resistant force, she got access to the White Bunker. In the midst of everything, she had inserted herself into the machine and become the machine god of logic, while sending the resistance forces to tamper with its electroscope to make sure the Kaiser wouldn't get access to it fast enough. Speaking of Rayla, she's actually the ghost apparition girl that we've been seeing running around showing us the way whenever we wanted to find its electroscopes. It's kind of funny because if the moon god Rear didn't fuck around with his Termina festival, it likely would have been that the Kaiser would have gotten here in time instead. But we can enter the last room, the White Room of Logic. This is the machine god, the god of logic and worldwide information. The battle was not a difficult one, but by
to be
the time
fair, we
got
having
here,
a
I was
very
already
good
so
run.
weak from the Kaiser and the platoon that I was terrified of making a single mistake. It just took everything out of me to make sure I didn't lose this. But finally, after beating Logic, we have completed the game's A ending. We have become a part of Logic. This is the best ending, in the sense that this ending is the only one where more than a single person survives. But what are we now? We are part of a single consciousness. We've lost all our individuality. We are but nothing more than a cog in the machine. We are alive, sure, but we are still strung up like, you know, a human wall. Like that one episode from Rick and Morty, actually. And that's the conclusion. That was ending A. But there are two more endings which I didn't aim for. You guys can experience those of your own, but I'll give you just a bit of a quick TLDR on those in case you don't want to play the game yourself. Alright, so to get the other two endings, you really only have to do one very important thing, and that's to kill all the other contestants, as well as find all the effigies. Now, I will say that killing the other contestants is kind of hard to do, in the sense that they are all over the place, they are in very many different locations, so it does take a while to get to all of them, and second of all, killing them feels a bit wrong. You see, in the first game, killing other people was not really needed. However, in Termina, if you're gonna kill someone, just make sure that nobody's watching. And actually, I kind of made a mistake in the beginning of the game. If you kill any of the contestants right at the train when everybody else is around, they will get angry at you and tie you up and put you in the back of the train. It is kind of funny. But besides that, though, once you've killed everyone, you gotta head to the tower. The same tower where two of my party members got moon-scorched by accident once in the past. Entering the tower, you'll go to the top and face off against Perkele in a battle. You will basically learn here that Perkele overall isn't actually serving the moon god Rear. Instead, he just happened upon the concept of the Termina festival from the past. Instead, he serves something known as the Sulfur God, which I'll speak a tiny bit about in a second. So, during this battle, you simply defeat him, and as soon as you've defeated him, the remnants, so just parts of the moon god Rear, will also take you on in battle. Defeating this god, you will have finished the game, but your character will have been basically mentally scarred for the rest of life. And here, depending on what character you play as, you will get different endings. For example, if you played as, in my case, specifically Marco, you will learn that Marco opened up his own gym, specifically to help other people train themselves and get stronger in case they ever end up in a situation similar to his, whether that being dealing with the mafia or dealing with a death festival. And this is where replayability is actually really good, because every other character gets a special ending here that I will not show to you for the sake of spoilers. You guys can experience the different endings on your own. But there is one more ending that's separate from this one, and that is the Sulfur God ending. I already mentioned the Sulfur God a little bit ago about Perkele, because that is who he serves. Well, guess what? In this situation, if you go for the C ending, instead of battling and killing Perkele, you instead join him. And by doing so, you seemingly become the Sulfur God. And that's as much as I understood of this one. You guys can, of course, look into it further, but that's my understanding. That was ending B. For ending C, it's just about the same, but instead of escaping, you instead join Perkele and become the Sulfur God. Now, I won't bother explaining this because I barely understood it myself, to be honest. I think Termina is a fantastic sequel to the first Fear and Hunger. I think if you compared the first game, I would say it was way harder. Fear and Hunger 1 did have a lot more of a learning curve in terms of everything you did, and it did feel a little bit more difficult to get through, and I struggled far more in the first game than I did with the second game. But I do think the second game has a more well fleshed out story and world. The first game kind of left me hanging and wanting to, you know, have a little bit more information. Of course, you can dive deeper and read all the different books, but on the surface level, there really wasn't much there. I feel like in Termina, there is so much more to each character. Each character has far more story behind them. There's a lot more character and emotion, and you can connect to them in different ways. And because there are 8 characters, there's far more that you can do with them. And I think this is where I found the best parts of the game. Fear and Hunger 2 Termina has so much replayability. You might think that only having 3 endings, that being A, B, and C, might seem like a lot less compared to the first game, but with the inclusion of so many playable characters and special interactions and events, and I think that's what gives it the advantage over the first Fear and Hunger in some sense, because you have an expanded story with so many characters, as well as the addition of the masochism mode, which is the hardest difficulty. Shit, I didn't even mention, there's literally a new version of Crow Mauler. Specifically, it's the Gull Bros. It's these 2 guys who look like seagulls and have seagull heads, which will just walk around and kill you, and they only show up if you play the masochism mode, and they'll show up once you go to the orphanage. So my point is, that's something that I literally didn't even know, because I didn't even get to play the masochism mode much because the game is just so difficult. And that's where the beauty lies. I love these games that are difficult but not impossible. And I think this game is even easier than the first one, and due to that, I think it's an easier entry point as well. Sure, you might miss some context for the story, but I still think it's a game that you can just play and have fun with without feeling super confused. And yeah, I think Fear and Hunger 2 Termina is a fantastic sequel to a game that was, frankly speaking, really fucked up, but it was fun, okay? It was fun. That's the biggest, you know, seal of approval I can give this game. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today, guys. Thank you all for watching. This one took a while to put together, so shout out to our only channel member, and yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you for the next one. I think we're going to the zone. Suomi number 1.
Okie dokie. I have to put another. Wait, did I pause? Yes, I did pause. I was checking notification. Let me see.
Fear and Hunger 2 Termina is the sequel to one of my favorite indie horror games, Fear and Hunger. The original game managed to revitalize my appetite for the horror genre, a genre that unfortunately has become inundated with mediocrity. Its brutally unforgiving mechanics, coupled with its dark and oppressive atmosphere, immediately captivated my attention, so much so that I decided to make a 2-hour-long video essay about it. With this in mind, I went into the second game with fairly high expectations, and I'm happy to say that not only were those expectations met, they were exceeded. If you are unfamiliar with the Fear and Hunger series, they are extremely cruel and punishing survival horror RPGs set in an equally domineering universe, filled with all sorts of grotesque abominations and Lovecraftian horrors.
Termina managed to improve on almost all the aspects I enjoyed about the first game, while also simultaneously addressing the criticisms from the community. As much as I would like to expand on these statements,
No,
it
no,
would
no.
divert the focus of the video. For Fear and Hunger 2,
I forgot
I wanted to
the part.
dedicate an entire video to examining the lore and story of the game, as there is much more content to unpack compared to the original game. If you are interested in hearing my thoughts on the game's design and mechanics, let me know by leaving a comment and liking the video. Please keep in mind that all the theories I present in the video are my own and should not be taken as canon. Of course, I will provide evidence from the game to back up my speculation. However, this could always change in the future when more content is added. Also, while I will provide context where necessary, I recommend that you watch my video on the first game if you are not familiar with the original Fear and Hunger. A quick disclaimer before we begin. This game deals with sensitive subject matters and is not for the faint of heart. Viewer discretion is advised. At the crux of the lore of the Fear and Hunger universe are the gods. There are three main categories of gods mentioned throughout the games: old gods, new gods, and ascended gods. The old gods are hailed as the true primordial deities of the world. However, it is implied that most of them have parted from our planes of existence a long time ago, leaving behind only traces of themselves. The old gods
I didn't know you knew about this game, Kiki. I could have played it earlier if you want.
possess unimaginable power, and even the tiny speckles of existence they left behind are too much for any mortal to compete with. The total number of old gods remains unknown. However, from an artifact in the second game, we see 10 runic symbols that seemingly correspond to old gods. In the first game, we were introduced to 4 old gods. Krogerot, the god of destruction, Sylvian, the god of creation, an unnamed god of the depths, and the trickster moon god.
Rare.
Termina gives us information about one more old god, Venushka, the god of nature. She is the offspring of Krogerot and Sylvian. There are 2 conflicting accounts surrounding the details of Venushka.
How much you know about how the gameplay goes, at least in Termina? I think it's this and this first. I think was also did like everyone has so to see how much good look of rune I have, I got Alquimia 3, Alquimia 1, Skin Bible Gorgoroth, Rare, Almer, Gofa, Minuska, and a free book of enlightenment on Sheriff Book. So I'm only missing the book of the goddess of creation, which I don't remember the name, and I got a free save. So yeah, wonderful, marvelous even. I don't remember how to do this. I think is maybe like this? No. Maybe wrong. Okay, which one? Ah, yeah, the video.
One believes that Venushka was killed by mankind, only leaving behind the god's traces. The other claims that it is impossible for man to accomplish such a feat. I am personally more inclined to believe the former account, as the author of said version is a more reliable source, to say the least. The idea that humanity was able to defeat an old god, at least partially, is incredibly important. It tells us that perhaps not all old gods are equal in terms of their power, and at least some of them can be destroyed. This is also backed up by the fact that we quote-unquote killed the god of the depths in Fear and Hunger 1, albeit in a severely weakened state. New gods are humans who attempted to obtain the power of the old gods, but ultimately fell short in this monumental task. They are so far superior to mortals, being able to live for multiple centuries and possessing tremendous strength. However, they are nowhere near the level of the old gods. There is only one known method of becoming a new god at the moment, which is by sitting on the throne of ascension in the ancient city of Mahabre. The throne transports its passenger to an endless void, a realm where the old gods used to reside. It is there where they shed their mortal shell and ascend into something greater. Once a new god is defeated, they are taken to the Hall of the Gods, a resting place for fallen new gods. It is here they sit idle, lamenting in their frustrations. However, it is still possible to summon new gods from the hall through certain rituals. The main new gods featured in the first game were a group of 4 new gods known as the Fellowship, who sought to replace the old gods, but failed miserably. There was also a new god by the name of Nasra, who realized the futility of his existence and sought to destroy the Fellowship and all the other foolish new gods. The new gods introduced in Termina play a much less prominent role in the story, simply serving as vendors and optional boss fights. This also speaks to how irrelevant they have become in the modern times. The last category of gods, ascended gods, is a term introduced in Termina. It refers to beings who were once mortal, but managed to achieve power on par with the old gods. It is theorized that in order to become an ascended god, you need to have a divine lineage, as well as have some significant catalyst trigger the ascension. There are only 2 confirmed ascended gods in the Fear and Hunger.
Oh yeah, I have one. Small things.
The ascended one. His original backstory presented in the first game was that he had a miraculous birth from a virgin mother, fathered by a false god, and that he ascended into godhood after being crucified by the jealous kings and sultans of his time. Termina presents an alternate account for the birth of Olmer. It is thought that a deity by the name of Vitruvia created Olmer as what she envisioned to be the perfect human. Not much is known about Vitruvia, including what type of god she is. All we know is that she is a master architect, and that the old god Sylvian ordered Vitruvia to create a blueprint which he used to create mankind. It has yet to be revealed which account of Olmer's creation is correct. so we will remain skeptical for now. The second ascended god, the god of fear and hunger, was actually birthed at the end of the first game. So let's briefly recap what happened in Fear and Hunger 1. 4 adventurers enter the hellish dungeons of Fear and Hunger in search of a man by the name of Lagarde. 2 of them wish to save the man. 1 wants to learn more about him, and 1 wishes to murder him. Lagarde was a man prophesied to usher humanity into greater heights. On his quest to fulfill this prophecy, he utilized brutal methods and stepped over everyone in his way. This is what ultimately led to his imprisonment in the dungeon. Sometime before his captivity, he fathered a child with one of the new gods from the Fellowship, Nilvan the Endless One. As fate would have it, his daughter would also end up in the dungeons of Fear and Hunger. So, what happened to our 6 protagonists? Well, let's start off with what we know for certain. Lagarde's daughter is taken to the Heart of Darkness, which lies within the corpse of the God of the Depths. There she transforms into an ascended god, the God of Fear and Hunger. The birth of the God of Fear and Hunger marked the start of the Cruel Age, bringing significant advancement to mankind. It is also confirmed that the Dark Priest Enki made it out the dungeon, and even authored a series of books called the Skin Bibles, which provided detailed information about the old and ascended gods. Now things get a bit more blurry. There is no mention of either Kahara or Das in Termina. However, given Das's irrational affection for Lagarde, her fate is likely tied to his. It is theorized that Kahara took the girl to the Heart of Darkness, dying in the process. But there is no real evidence to back this up other than the fact that there was no one else to take her there. Let us leave the fates of Lagarde and Ragnvalder a mystery for now, and piece together what happened to them as we move through the events of Termina. If you're enjoying the video so far, do me a favor and subscribe. This video took a ridiculous amount of time and sanity to make, and maybe by subscribing you can restore some of that sanity. Fear and Hunger 2 Termina is set 350 years after the events of the first game, in the year 1942. The game opens with 14 passengers on a train to the city of Prehevel, located within the country of Bohemia. Termina takes place in a completely different country than the original, which, if you remember, was the country of Rondon. Both Rondon and Bohemia are located in the same continent of Europa. Bohemia was previously under the occupation of the Eastern Union, a military alliance between multiple Eastern European nations. This changed after the Second Great War, during which the Bremen Empire attacked the Eastern Union. The Bremen Empire is a powerful, rapidly growing nation that established their prominence after the First Great War. Under the rule of a man referred to as the Kaiser, they would continue to expand their territory, eventually setting their sights on the country of Bohemia. For some reason or the other, Kaiser wished to secure Bohemia's land by any means possible, and was even willing to start a Second World War to achieve his goal. The Kaiser is described as an enigmatic figure who seemingly appeared out of nowhere and rose to power at an alarming rate. His magnetic presence, coupled with his brutally efficient campaigns, allowed him to quickly gain the support of both the masses and the Western nations. With Kaiser at the helm, the Eastern Union stood no chance against the Bremen Empire and have subsequently relinquished their control over Bohemia. The reasons behind Kaiser's obsession with Bohemia remain largely unknown, although it may have something to do with the technological experiments the Eastern Union were conducting there off the books. Very little information is known about the Kaiser, as he limits his interactions with the public and hides his appearance under a yellow cloak. His only goal at the moment is to unite the entire continent of Europa under a single banner. If you are at all familiar with the first game, you should have already figured out who this Kaiser figure is. A captivating personality that draws people towards him. The goal to create a unified land free from violence, and a figure covered by a yellow cloak. This perfectly matches the description of Legard, or rather, the Yellow King. It seems he survived the events of the first game one way or the other, and managed to prolong his life over the past 3 centuries. How this was done exactly, well, we can get into that a bit later. For now, let us focus on the protagonists of this story. Passengers on the train to Prehevel. 8 of them are currently playable. These playable characters are the ones we know the most about, due to their backstories being explained during the intro sequence. Don is a doctor from the country of Rondon. Both his parents were worshippers of the old god Sylvian, and would regularly take part in the bunny mask orgies we witnessed in the first game. Don despised the life his parents lived. They would continue to spend more and more time away from home, until one day they never returned, likely lost in a trance. At the young age of 13, Don was left alone, forced to take care of himself. He tried to lead an honest life and started working as a butler for an aristocrat by the name of Baron Einar von Dutch. Over time, Don grew close with the Baron's daughter, Elise, and the two would eventually marry with the Baron's blessing. During this time, von Dutch would pass on his medical knowledge as a doctor to Don in exchange for information about the old god Sylvian. The Baron seemed to be oddly fascinated with the occult, but Don did not mind this. For the first time in his life, he felt happy and content. However, this happiness would be short-lived. Once the Second Great War broke out, the Kingdom of Rondon would enlist all able men to support the Eastern Union in their fight against the Bremen Empire. Don would be appointed as a field medic. The war was cruel and inhumane. The only thing that kept him going was the letters from his wife. Only one day, the letters stopped abruptly. As soon as the war ended, Don immediately rushed home. When he reached the manor, he found it to be lifeless and in disarray. After searching nearly every room in the house, Don eventually made his way to the basement. The floor was covered in ritual circles and blood, and at the center of the circles was the corpse of Einar von Dutch, his body covered by multiple self-inflicted wounds. He was seemingly trying to perform some sort of sacrificial ritual. Don's heart sinks when he discovers one of the main sacrifices for the ritual, his wife, Elise. She has been brutally killed by her own father. Don desperately tries to save his wife by any means possible. He makes use of all the knowledge he acquired from the Baron and his worthless parents, and even sacrifices his own eye in the process. However, his attempts are to no avail. Elise is already too far gone. In a state of despair, Don tries to find out what drove the Baron to commit such an atrocity. He raids his possessions and finds multiple mentions of the city of Prehevel. On a quest for answers and closure, Don sets out for the city. Marina is an occultist born into a family of dark priests located in the city of Prehevel. The firstborn son of every follower of the church is expected to follow in their father's footsteps. Marina's mother, wanting to spare her child of the cruel fate of becoming a dark priest, raised Marina as a girl despite being born as a boy. Her father did not seem to notice, or did not seem to care. Either way, Marina would eventually leave her hometown to study the occult arts in the holy city of Vatican. She was clearly very talented, and things were going well for her, until one day, she received a letter from her father, informing her that her mother had passed. The letter was cold and undetailed. Furthermore, Marina could not get a hold of her father telephonically. With suspicion in mind, she decided to return home to Prahival to confront her father. Levi is an ex-soldier who, like Marina, is a native to the city of Prahival. His childhood is filled with nothing but painful memories. For many years, he endured the abuse of his alcoholic father, until one day his mother was killed in the process. He was subsequently taken to an orphanage, which was arguably just as bad as living with his father. Levi suffered unspeakable horrors during his time there, and yearned for the day he could leave. This day would come much sooner than expected, as after Kaiser initiated the Second Great War, the Eastern Union would draft any able-bodied person into their army, regardless of age. At the tender age of 13, Levi was forced to fight on the front lines. Due to his prowess on the battlefield, he would eventually be given his own squadron of child soldiers to lead. Over the course of the war, he would watch most of his subordinates die before his very eyes. This in turn took a significant toll on his psyche, and he turned to heroin to ease his pain. At his wit's end, Levi deserted the army and is now on his way back home. Marco is a boxer from the city of Vatican. Both he and his sister were orphaned at a young age, forcing Marco to take part in underground boxing matches as a means of survival. After some time, Marco's sister would garner the attention of a prominent figure in the mafia world by the name of Ricardo. Ricardo would help Marco further his career by funding his training and organizing matches. However, the mobster would eventually show his true colors when he demanded that Marco kill his opponent in his next match. The fighter was an ex-family member who Ricardo wished to get revenge on. With his sister in the palm of Ricardo's hand, Marco had no choice but to comply with the order. After the deed was done, Ricardo would continue to use Marco's sister as leverage in order to get him to do more dirty work. Marco would eventually come to the realization that the only way to break him and his sister free from Ricardo's clutches was to kill him. After crushing the weasel's skull, Marco had to quickly leave the city of Vatican to evade both the police and the mafia. He planned to meet with his sister in the country of Rondon, but did not have the luxury of time, so he took the first train out the city, which happened to be going to Prahival. Karen Sawa is a journalist from the nation of Bremen. From a young age, Karen was always skeptical about Kaiser and the Bremen Empire. In a very short time span, he went from having no prior involvement in the country to effectively controlling it. After some digging into his past, she uncovered connections between Kaiser and a secret society called the New Gods. The New Gods were thought to be a mysterious group of individuals who steered the course of many nations from behind the scenes during the cruel age of history. According to Karen's research, it would seem the group is still functioning in the modern era and also had deep ties to the past two great wars. Once Karen heard news that the Kaiser signed a peace treaty shortly after occupying the city of Prahival, she immediately suspected that this was his goal all along. In an attempt to discover what secret the city holds, Karen decides to travel to Prahival herself. Abella is a mechanic from the kingdom of Oldegard, the same country Ragnvalder was from. During the Second Great War, Abella stayed home to help her war-torn country with her expertise in engineering. On one particular evening, she encountered a foreign man from the kingdom of Rondon. He had been severely wounded on his way here. After patching him up, the man reveals that he is part of an underground resistance organization called the Nameless Liberty Underground, NLU for short. their purpose being to combat both the Eastern Union and the Bremen Empire. The man tasked Sabella with transporting some important documents back to Rondon in his place, which she gladly agrees to. After arriving in Rondon and meeting with the other members of the NLU, they ask Sabella to join their movement. Wanting to be a part of something greater, she accepts their offer. The NLU had multiple spies placed throughout the various regions of Europa. Collaboratively, they were able to discover that the Eastern Union was developing some seriously powerful technology within the country of Bohemia, and that the Bremen Empire desperately wanted to get their hands on it. Unfortunately, the NLU had lost all contact with its members in Bohemia's capital city, and are thus unable to gain any further information. Abella, wanting to discover the truth of the matter, heads to the city of Prahivel herself. Olivia is a botanist born within the nation of Bremen. During her teenage years, she suffered from multiple small strokes, leading to the loss of function in both her legs. Olivia has a twin sister by the name of Rayla. Their relationship is complex to say the least. It seems to often tether back and forth between admiration and jealousy. Her sister was her superior both physically and intellectually. Rayla was quite literally a genius, and was even enrolled in an exchange program between the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Union. This was of course before the Second Great War. Under the Eastern Union, Rayla would become involved in multiple top-secret projects conducted across Europa that were supposedly for the betterment of mankind. The Bremen Empire would eventually grow suspicious of Rayla's activities and imprison her for treason. However, this imprisonment was short-lived, as she would soon be broken out of jail by the NLU. It is likely that she had become a part of the group during her time in the Eastern Union. Rayla had been sending correspondence to another NLU member at her university, which Olivia finds. The letters are very cryptic, but it seems that the Eastern Union were trying to replicate an ancient cube, but failed. Rayla also says that she suspects the Kaiser is after one of their projects in Prahivel, but she plans to get there before him. This is ultimately what led Olivia to Bohemia, to find her sister and make sense of the mess she has gotten herself into. Osar is a yellow mage from the continent of Abyssonia. He left his birthplace early on in his life, wanting to distance himself from their archaic beliefs as well as fearing getting caught up in the great wars to come. Osar would begin his journey to learn about the occult at the Temple of Aman. There he would learn of a group of magical practitioners whom his worldviews were much more in line with, the Yellow Mages. In the current era, the Yellow Mages are far less prominent than they once were. They have separated themselves into small groups in which they wander the earth in pursuit of their agendas. One particular group happened to be residing in the Eastern Sanctuaries, the birthplace of Kahara. The group immediately recognizes the potential in Osar and allowed him to join them. His travels with the group would eventually lead him to a famous wizard by the name of Hardil Azif. The wizard was planning on leading an expedition to the dungeons of fear and hunger. For some strange reason, Osar almost felt compelled to agree, as if something was calling him there. The closer Azif and his crew got to the dungeon, the more and more people abandoned the expedition. The immense otherworldly pressure emanating from the dungeon was enough to drive off even the most veteran of mages. By the time they arrived at the dungeon, Osar was the only one capable of continuing. Osar's intro sequence is unique in the fact that you are able to partly explore the dungeons of fear and hunger through a text-based adventure. Based on the choices you make here, you will be able to gain additional items and equipment that will aid you going forward. While exploring the dungeon, Osar would encounter a large humanoid creature, well over 2.5 meters tall.
Oh shit.
Its body was abnormally
Bye.
muscular. Its left arm had been replaced by a crude weapon, but most notably, the monster's head was that of a crow. The crow mauler had somehow survived the events of the first game. The captain of the dungeon just refuses to die, and 300 years later, he is still a force to be reckoned with. Even a powerful mage like Osar stands no chance against him, and any attempt to fight the beast will result in death. Our only option is to run. Osar manages to temporarily outmaneuver the crow mauler by running across a shaky bridge. As the crow gives chase, the structure collapses under his hulking mass, causing him to fall into a dark ravine. The chasm is very deep, and he shouldn't have been able to survive the fall, although given he was already able to return from death twice, we cannot be certain. In the very depths of the dungeon, Osar comes across a Bremen campsite, which they previously used on an expedition to this place. Under the orders of the Kaiser, they were to seek out an ancient cubic artifact, most likely the Cube of the Depths. The voice calling Osar towards him gets stronger and stronger as he delves deeper into the dungeon. In the ruins of the ancient city of Mahabre, he finds the source of the voice. A severed head, burnt and withered. It's the new god Nasra. He seems to have suffered significant injuries since we last saw him. We can only speculate what happened to him, but the burns are most likely a result of being vaporized by the old god Grogeroth. Despite his pathetic appearance, the old wizard remains egotistical and foul-mouthed as ever. He demands that Osar serve him, as he is the progenitor of the Yellow Mages and their ideology. Osar humbly agrees, acknowledging the strength of his master. There was a lot he could learn from the new god's centuries of knowledge. Nasra orders Osar to travel to the city of Bahevil, as there is a man there he wishes to kill. In addition to this, the old wizard promised that events of cosmic proportions would be taking place in the city, events that would shape the future of mankind. He did not provide any further details, but this was enough to pique Osar's interest. Now that we are familiar with the main cast of Termina, let us begin examining the events of the game. While on their way to the city of Bahevil, everyone on the train falls into a deep slumber at the exact same time. They dream of a young woman in a pink blouse and red shoes. Olivia recognizes this woman. It's her sister, Rayla. From Abella's backstory, we learn that the leader of the Bohemia branch of the NLU would be wearing red shoes, and this is exactly what Rayla has on. Following Olivia's sister, we enter a room that clearly cannot be connected to the train. Here we are ambushed by a creature called the Janitor. Some of the more outgoing characters choose to fight the beast, while the more timid ones comply with his commands. Of course, not everyone is able to best him in battle, and as a result, paid the price for their failure. The janitor wants us to assemble cube-like structures at a workbench. They are highly reminiscent to the Cube of the Depths, which allowed us to access the ancient city of Mahabre in the dungeons of fear and hunger. Rayla is working here too, and gives us the signal to follow her. Doing so, we are transported to the Hall of the Gods, where we can find the new gods we defeated in the first game. Before we have time to do any more exploring, we are whisked away to an extremely tall tower. Standing in front of us is a mysterious being with a sinister smile on his face, and behind him is the moon god Rare. Osar, due to his rigorous studies, is the only one of the passengers to recognize the old god. Ah, there you are. got you pulled out from that nasty place. You were going deep into that rabbit hole. Now you are safe under the beautiful green hue of the moon. Welcome to the Moon Tower. What is going on here? That is what I'm here for. To explain the situation you are currently facing. To explain the great once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that has fallen within your grasp. Since our words could not possibly reach my master, I speak on his behalf. And who might my master be? Well, for now, let's just say he is the delinquent one. The trickster moon god. And me? You can call me I am just a humble servant of his celestial majesty. The name Percolaire does sound familiar to Osar, but he is not quite sure where he heard it before.
Es un insulto.
You are the dreamer. He is the dream. My master has invited you to join us in this jubilee of cosmic proportions. 14 candidates, but only one true victor. The festival of Termina is upon us. Osar finally remembers who Percolaire is, the deity linked with the festival of Termina. Details surrounding the festival are sparse, but it is often associated with times of great turmoil. Many of the great massacres in history have resulted from the festival. I don't want any parts in this. But it is not a matter of want any longer. My master doesn't give options, and frankly, neither do I. This must all be very confusing to you, so I won't burden you with any more information at this very moment. If you manage to progress further, I will gladly answer your questions later down the road. Let us meet again under the moonlight. The dream ends, and the passengers on the train begin waking up. They notice that the train has stopped all of a sudden, even though we have not arrived at the city. Some of the passengers have gathered outside to have a meeting. Oh, the pretty lady got up. What's going on here? Oh, there were still people inside the train? We don't really know what's going on. The train left us all here, at the outskirts of the city. All the train personnel, everyone, gone. I tried to check up the train, but couldn't get it to move an inch. Now I'm no train driver, but I'd say the thing is busted. Maybe I can help. I know a thing or two about trains. Oh, well, aren't we in luck? Abella examines the engine and finds nothing wrong with it. So how does it look? Everything looks fine to me. Oh, well then, it's a mystery, all right. Maybe we could introduce ourselves. I'm Abella. My name is Marina. My name is Olivia. Lovely to meet you all. You may call me August. Karen Sauer, a journalist on duty. Hey, I'm Henrik. If you need help,
Aeroporto de Warsaw, ¿no? Spain.
This mystic gentleman over here is Osar. It was Osar, right? Silly man.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was. We were the first.
I cracked my back.
Before you came out, we were talking about this. You saw a peculiar nightmare as well, didn't you? You saw a dream too? Everyone saw the same dream before waking up in the train. The moon, the girl in the pink dress, the festival of Termina. It all felt too real to pass off as just a dream. Not this talk again. We should have questioned that Bremen pig before he left. He was in way too much of a hurry to leave. I bet he knew something. This smells like a sadistic army experiment. Exactly something the Bremen army would be part of. They had similar hallucinogens experimented on war prisoners. Now that the war is over, they had to get their guinea pigs elsewhere. I wish I had your capacity and feist, but
Smile.
I really have a hard time believing every conspiracy theory floating around. I'm a journalist. I've covered wars, you know. I don't need some flaky eye-patched foreigner telling me what's possible and what's not. You haven't seen what I've seen during these past few years. I've covered wars too, you know. All men and women for the past decade or two have covered wars. What was your point again? I've seen my fair share of hallucinogens as a doctor, and I can tell you from first-hand experience that there are no known chemicals that can create visions that vivid, especially visions that are identical with this many people. Tensions seem to be rising within the group. I take it we're done here. As much as I'd like to, I don't have time to play happy campers with you people. I have a job to do. Which way is the city?
That way.
The city is north from here. You know this place, or is it just a hunch? Kids these days. I navigated the 7 seas as a wee lad. Let's just call it a very educated hunch. See that tall tower looming in the mist? That is what we call a landmark. You use one to orientate yourself with the surroundings. In this case, orientating is a fairly easy task, even for a city-dwelling metropolitan like you. That tower stands in the middle of the city. Just head towards it, and you'll be there in no time. Thank you for those condescending instructions. They tell you to respect your elders, but sometimes you guys make it very difficult. Alright then, if I see anyone, I'll let them know you guys are waiting here. Karen leaves for the city, while the others hang around
the fuck
the
up.
train a while
I'm trying to sleep.
Bella continues to examine the train, but it doesn't seem like anything will come of it. The train was most likely stopped by Ra Apocalypse to prevent us from leaving Prahival, forcing us to partake in the festival. At the moment, we know very little about the Termina Festival, other than that the 14 passengers on the train are all contestants, and that there can only be one winner. During the meeting, we were introduced to 2 more of the contestants, Henrik and August. Henrik is a 32-year-old chef from the Kingdom of Rondon, who came to Prahival to further his culinary skills. Other than those basic details, not much else is known about him. August is not at all keen on divulging any personal information, and simply states that he is passing through the city. There is clearly more to his story, but we will get to that a bit later. Absent from the meeting, but still present at the train, is Tanaka Caligula, and a very suspicious young girl. Kira Tanaka is a businessman from the Kingdom of Edo. He has traveled to Bohemia to expand his family's business overseas. Tanaka apparently has an important meeting in the city and is adamant on attending it, despite the situation. Caligula is a mobster from a rival branch of the mafia family Marco previously worked for. Despite recognizing him, Marco has no idea why the thug has come to Prahival, but fears he may be after him. Caligula is extremely rude and closed off, refusing to answer any questions. He eventually leaves the train once pestered enough. At the very back of the train, we see a black-haired girl poking her head out the cabin door. She immediately shuts the door as we approach and refuses to come out. She seems to know Marina, but doesn't tell us much more than that. We now have made contact with 12 out of the 14 total passengers on the train. The other 2 left as soon as the train stopped. One of them we are already familiar with, the child soldier Levi, and the other was the Bremen King Karen referred to. We will surely encounter him later on. We will start off our horrific adventure from the perspective of Dan. Out of all the playable contestants so far, he seems to be the most level-headed and rational, already establishing a leadership role in the meeting prior. Furthermore, as one of the older members of the group, he probably feels an instinctive desire to step up to the plate. After grabbing a map of Prahival from inside the train, Dan begins surveying the surrounding area for anyone that can help us. In the outskirts of Prehevel, we follow a trail of blood to a pair of butchered corpses. One has been pinned into a broken shack, the other has had its limbs severed. The bodies are relatively fresh, which makes Don put his guard up. Continuing on the path laid out for us, we bear
I don't remember
witness
what
to an even more
these
gruesome
ones
sight.
do.
A woodsman brutally murders a person before our very eyes,
let me see.
shouting at the top of his lungs that Termina.
Wait, let me check. Termina wiki. How's this guy? Dr. Keffer, tricks and magic. Oh, there is a baby the other ones. Tons of pats and love. He says the better stone, the soul in glass, the smelting amulet, the ring of steel blood, and the only other that is interesting, that hardened heart. What is Betlestone? Plastores, okay. The ring of the steel blood prevents bleeding. That will be harmful. Soldier necklace, match defense. The other was the hardened heart. When target did damage instance with one those protections insta-kill attack that bypass running hero. React to multi-hit attacks. And the last one. No, the last one is the small things. From here, I'm not sure what I could grab from here.
He then turns his attention to us. The woodsman is
I would
clearly
love
out
to
for
grab
blood.
the.
Luckily for us, we took the weapon from the janitor.
Wait, what's on the turner
in
ring?
our supposed dream. After disarming the crazed man from his axe, he tries to attack us with a detachable appendage on his crotch. But we saw this coming and were able to dodge and defeat him. For some reason, there is a lone goat outside the woodsman's house. And despite witnessing 2 bloody deaths, it seems calm and unbothered. Inside the woodsman's house, we find the lifeless body of an old woman who we presume to be his wife. She has seemingly taken her own life, leaving behind a note that reads, "I'll reunite with my lover on the other side." But if she died before we killed the woodsman, that means she was having an affair. In the woodsman's bedroom, we find a note from the man lamenting in his sorrows. He writes about a beast who entered his house and took his wife. The only thing matching the description of a beast is, well, this fellow over here. But that can't be the case. At least that's what Don tells himself. After playing detective, Don heads back to the train to inform the rest of the group of the dangers lurking around them. However, it seems that most of them have already left for the city. Knowing how dangerous it is out there, Don sets off to find the others before it's too late. Abella was sighted heading into the Maiden Forest, so we start by going there, as it is the closest area to our location. On our way there, we are attacked by a pack of headless hounds. They look exactly like the Jaggerjaws from the first game, except they have no head. It's a wonder how they are even alive. After dealing with the mutts, we come across what looks to be a hatch to an underground tunnel. As soon as we open it, Abella makes an appearance. She seems to be curious about where the hatch leads, and suggests we investigate together. Inside the tunnel, we find a formal hat, drenched in sweat. It looks awfully similar to the one Tanaka was wearing. watching Tanaka's head get brutally sawed off, we are introduced to what serves as the crow mauler of this game, Needles the Clown. Needles is a terrifying stalker-like enemy who will follow you around the city of Prahival. He is exceedingly cruel and seems to take pleasure in hunting us down, often taking and wearing memorabilia from his prey. As the name suggests, he uses needles as his primary source of weaponry, injecting us with all sorts of harmful substances. He is far too powerful for us to fight at this stage, so we choose to run and hide until we lose him. The power in the tunnel seems to be shut off. Luckily for us, there's an emergency backup generator, which we switch on after refueling it. With the power back on, a maintenance elevator becomes available for use. Taking the lift down, we see a phantom of Olivia's sister leading us somewhere. She takes us to a contraption called a telectroscope, of which there are 3. They are supposedly connected to something referred to as the logic, and all 3 need to be switched on to activate the logic. We are not sure what any of this means, though it is likely related to what the Eastern Union was developing, and more importantly, what the Kaiser was after. Out of sheer curiosity, we decide to switch on the device. On a corpse of a Bremen soldier next to the telectroscope, we find an eagle brass key and a note saying that the Kaiser is expected to arrive in the city very soon. Depending on when the note was written, he might already be here. In the room adjacent, we notice a ritual circle with the sigil of the moon god engraved in it. Stepping on the circle transports us to Ra's dimension. Its wooden structure reminds us of the workshop from our dream. The moon god's realm seems to mimic the real world, evident by the twisted and grotesque counterpart of the telectroscope. Fighting our way through hordes of Ra's terrifying puppets, we manage to escape and return to our world. Here we meet the final contestant. Oh, you made it out alive. Good boy. Who are you?
Oh shit.
Lieutenant Pav,
Oh fuck.
your service.
I forgot to kick it first.
Remember the name well. What about you? I recognize you from the train. It is only polite to introduce yourself. My name is Don. I'm a doctor. Well then, Don, be on your best behavior. It's dangerous around these parts, and doctors going rogue are not especially appreciated. I take it you found the key for the city gates? Yes, that's the one. Good. I would have gotten it myself, but you never know what lurks in the deeper depths of the soil. Besides, the festival is only at its beginning. I don't want to do anything too risque just yet. Now, I know that you can be a reasonable person, Don. So, would you do me a favor and open those city gates? I have some very important business to attend to within the city. The Bremen lieutenant is suspicious to say the least, though he was surprisingly cordial for one of Kaiser's henchmen. We continue our search for our comrades by heading to the city. On our way there, we pass through an old town next to a lake. The villagers seem to be in great distress. Their skin is peeling off their face and their minds have significantly deteriorated. They are referred to as moon-scorched, hinting that their condition is a result of the moon god's wrath. Most of the moon-scorched villagers are passive. However, some of them who have been further affected by the disease will be aggressive. It would seem that before we arrived in the city, the citizens of Prahival also had dreams of Perkle and were forced to kill each other in what we presume to be a prior festival of Termina. Given that there are multiple surviving contestants from their festival, it could mean that their moon-scorched condition is a punishment for not participating. Ra's moonlight is said to reveal the truth beneath the human fault. So is this what we truly are? Or is it just how the jealous moon god perceives us to be? Deeper into the old town we find Karen. It seems that she was also attacked by some of the villagers, but with the help of her pistol she managed to escape. Unfortunately, she does not want to join our party at the moment and is very insistent on entering the city to get to the bottom of this mess. The entrance to Prehevel is blocked by a locked gate. To open it, we need 2 keys, one of which we already have from the underground tunnel. In the basement of one of the houses in Old Town, we find Levi in a state of panic.
Is no more.
He immediately dashes off before we can even get close to him. After scouring most of the Old Town for the other key, we decide to rest our weathered bodies for a bit. We come across a fairly well-maintained manor that appears to be safe for the most part. As our consciousness drifts off, we are once again taken to the Moon Tower.
Let me check.
Perkele provides us with a bit more information regarding the festival, and regrettably confirms our suspicions that to end the festival of Termina, we must kill all other contestants. Even worse, we only have 3 days to do so, and if we fail in this task, we will most likely end up like the citizens of Prehevel, victims of the moon god. But this cannot be the only way. There is still much we don't know. Like why this festival is even happening in the first place. There must be a reason aside from carnage. Returning to the mayor's house, we encounter a very strange creature sat at a dining table.
Newcomer, just in time for dinner. Sit down.
The hulking monster is surprisingly capable of speech and is seemingly non-hostile for now. However, we don't have the luxury of time at the moment. I don't have time for this.
You had better make time. I am the mayor after all. The mayor is inviting you to a candlelit dinner.
I'm in a hurry to get to the city.
No one gets to the city past me anymore. I hold the key.
Given the mayor has exactly what we need, we decide to appease his request. Maybe I can make time for dinner.
Good. Newcomer, isn't it peaceful here? I am glad to see you're not a complete loony yet. Unlike those others. You saw those people, didn't you? One can only wonder what happened to the folks around these parts. Some say it was the moonlight that scorched this land. Newcomer, you haven't touched your food yet. These are rare delicacies you can only find in Prehevel. I've traveled from afar just to experience them. Pick these, for example. Don't they look absolutely delicious? Use your imagination. What comes to mind when you look at these dangling beauties?
Considering Don's medical background, all he is able to see in the food is what it exactly is. Kidneys.
I understand where you're coming from, but you don't need to look at them so literally. Let's see. Yes. What about this little squirmy thing? What comes to your mind?
The mayor passes us a plate holding a phallic-shaped object. I dare not say.
Oh, but I insist.
Male genitalia.
Such vulgar talk on my dinner table.
It seems the mayor did not like our answer and now challenges us to a fight. Our attempts to calm him down are futile. We have no other choice but to kill him. Despite his silly yet sophisticated demeanor, the mayor is an extremely formidable foe, far more powerful than the enemies we had to deal with so far. After an extremely tough battle, we managed to defeat the gentleman. While the mayor may at first seem like just another citizen disfigured by the moon god, there is actually more to his story. Upon the mayor's death, we absorb his soul, the suffocated soul. When we previously spoke to Henrik outside the train, he informed us that his zodiac sign is suffocated, which corresponds to one's soul type. You may have also noticed some similarities in the clothing both the mayor and Henrik wear. Our suspicions can be confirmed by visiting the moon tower in our dreams and seeing Henrik's portrait crossed off. But how exactly did Henrik end up transforming into this abomination? We were under the impression that we had 3 days before the moon god started working his magic. There must be other factors that can speed up Ra's moon scorching. We really need to find the others as soon as possible. Now that we have both keys, we can open the city gates. Despite the gates being over double our height, August casually vaults over it and heads into the city. He is clearly no ordinary man, as he would have us believe. Entering Prehivo, we are attacked by moon-scorched policemen. From them, we learn that a martial law forcing citizens to stay indoors was put into place to prevent contamination. They were likely trying to prevent people from being exposed to Ra's moonlight. Clearly, this didn't go as planned. In an abandoned restaurant, we once again find Levi. He is shaking and sweating profusely. Are you okay? Levi shakes his head in agony. Dawn notices injection marks on his arm. He is clearly having withdrawal symptoms.
Oh, I crit.
Is there anything I can do? I don't need help. I need to deal with this myself. Hang in there. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do for Levi at the moment. We don't have anything to appease his withdrawal symptoms, and he doesn't seem to be in any condition to move. At the very least, he should be safe if he stays inside this building. We will make sure to come back for him later. Wandering the foggy streets of Prehivo, we are reunited with a malevolence that we are all too familiar with.
Pocket cut.
A finely dressed man with the head.
I mean, for Apollo 94.
He exudes an extremely wicked aura. Oh, here I am busy with my own business, completely ignoring this beautiful chap. My deepest apologies. Pleased to meet you. You may call me Pocket Cat. The Pocket Cat is a deceptively evil entity we had the displeasure of meeting in the first game. Though he presents himself as friendly and well-meaning, his true intentions are far more dark and twisted. The Pocket Cat is a servant to the moon god Rare, his purpose being to stop the formation of ascended gods. And how does he do this, you ask? By finding and eating young children, specifically those who possess the potential to become an ascended god. But the Pocket Cat's depravity does not end there. It is also alluded to that the villain gets some sort of sick sexual pleasure from committing the moon god's atrocities, given that he can be seen rubbing his hand against something in his pocket in multiple instances. Despite his best efforts in the first game, he ultimately failed in his task. But the fiend has returned, already up to his usual shenanigans. You know, you have one of those familiar faces. I feel like we've met before. Perhaps in a past life. Maybe. Things sure have changed since then, haven't they? We live in peculiar times. The world has gone through true darkness. Say, old sport, what do you think follows such intense darkness? It has to be light, more peaceful times. Oh yes, I remember. You were the eternal optimist. That is the reason I loved you. From personal experience, I'd say a true darkness is followed by chaos. In any case, I understand you've got your hands full with the festival already, so I'll get straight to the point. Not am I only a wandering gentleman, but I am also a head salesman of sorts, with deep, very deep pockets. Why is a head salesman, you ask? Well, it's exactly what it sounds. I'm willing to part from my valuable collection if the price is right. And the price is severed heads of those participating in the festival. Macabre, I know, but you get used to it. God knows I did. It would seem the Pocket Cat's purpose this time around is to facilitate the Moon God's festival, incentivizing us to kill our comrades, but we will not do business with this monster. It truly was a pleasure to meet you once again, but I fear I must go now. The Moon Tower, it's to the east of here, just beyond the church's hidden passage. Let us meet again there. The Pocket Cat's piercing yellow eyes fixate on Dawn. Perhaps I'll even have a special deal for you. But until that time, old sport, do take care. We now roughly know where the moon tower that Perkele stands on is, as well as how to reach it. The question is whether we should. Continuing our exploration of Prehevel, we notice a yellow-robed figure walking in the distance. He glances briefly at us before strolling away. It would seem the Kaiser has arrived. Our path in the city is eventually blocked by the Yellow Mage Osar. He seems to be very cautious of the other contestants, unsure about their intentions regarding the festival. As a precaution, he warns us to keep our distance. If we try and approach him, he will cast the spell Hurting and dismember our limbs. With Osar in our way, we cannot proceed any further into the city. Rather than provoking the Yellow Mage, we decide to take shelter in a nearby bookstore until he leaves. Perkele once again encourages us to engage in Termina's festivities. The Harlequin also urges us to seek out the Moon Tower, but that seems redundant, given the fact that it will only open its gates once there's only one contestant remaining. It's likely a mischievous ploy or trap to further their agendas. But without any other leads at the moment, we might as well investigate. From the Pocket Cat, we know that to reach the tower, we must pass through the church's hidden entrance. So let us begin by going there. When we wake up from our nap, we find Marina reading a book downstairs. It seems she was also planning to go to the church, but has stopped at the bookstore on her way there. Despite our common destination, the occultist is not keen on joining us at the moment. She appears to be hesitant to meet with her father, who will without a doubt be at the church. Exiting the bookstore, we once again see August, this time climbing up a tall building. It's almost as if he's looking for something, or someone. Osar has thankfully left his meditation spot, allowing us to continue on. Outside the church, we witness a massive bipedal creature impaling a bobby. Whatever that thing was, it doesn't look to be a result of moon scorching. Before we can enter the Church of Ulmer, Marina comes running after us. She has had a change of heart and decides to join us after all. Inside the church, we find the black-haired girl from the train talking to a dark priest named Domek, who Marina recognizes as her father. The black-haired girl is extremely timid and shy with her words, which seems to aggravate Marina's short-tempered father. The girl says that she came here for Marina's sake, to free her from the shackles of her father. Father Domek is initially dismissive and unbothered by the girl's sentiments, until she mentions that Marina is in the city. This immediately grabs his attention and causes the dark priest great concern. He tries to gather more information out of the girl, but she's no longer responsive to his words. The girl appears to be having a monologue with herself, trying to rationalize the sin she is about to commit. Marina's father eventually loses his temper and tries to beat the information out of her, but this misdeed turns out to be his last. The girl reveals a knife she had been concealing and stabs Father Domek in his abdomen multiple times. Marina's father collapses to the ground, and the black-haired girl runs off. On the brink of death, Domek lays eyes on his daughter one last time. Despite misgendering her in public, he now addresses her properly. He scolds Marina for coming back to this horrid city, revealing that he wanted her to be free from this place all along. Marina just stands there in silence as her father passes away, murdered in cold blood. Despite how he may have treated her in the past, it seems the man did truly care for his daughter. As much as she tries to hide it, there is sorrow in Marina's eyes. Shortly after his death, Domek's body weakly melts into the ground and disappears. Chasing after the black-haired girl, we find that she has run into the church's basement and locked the gate behind her. We will have to find another way to enter. At the center of the church are pedestals with places for 3 objects. From a craftsman's note, we learn that those pedestals serve as key holders for 3 different effigies, and that once all the effigies are placed, a hidden passage will open. This must be what the pocket cat was referring to. The effigies have been scattered across Prehevel. One is in the church, one is in the orphanage, and the last is in the craftsman's apartment. Since we are already at the church, we might as well get the effigy. It's most likely in the basement along with that deranged girl. Climbing atop the wooden beams on the church's ceiling, we find massive muscular pillar men wandering aimlessly. Their arms have been tightly bound behind their back. The skin of their heads is flayed over their eyes, and their genitalia seems to be missing. According to the creator of the game, their sole purpose is to sing the gospel to the members of the church, which is why most of their other bodily functions have been rendered useless. After fighting our way through the pillar men, we find a large chandelier hanging from the beams. If we manage to cut the thick chain holding it, the chandelier may be able to create an opening to the basement. Fortunately for us, the craftsman left behind a hidden bolt cutter buried beneath the flooring. Jumping into the crater formed by the chandelier, we enter the basement. The air stinks of gore. There are several cells with prisoners inside. This, along with the multiple ritual circles and pools of blood, suggests the church was conducting some sick experiments off the books. Roaming the basement are strange creatures referred to as Crimson Fathers. They are unlike anything we have seen before. Their cosmic appearance suggests that they are not from this world. They communicate with us telepathically, showing us visions of an unknown god, one we have never seen before. Following a trail of heavily mutilated corpses, we find a statue of a winged being, holding the martyr effigy. 1 down, 2 more to go. Our last order of business in the church is to confront the black-haired girl. We notice that someone has drawn the sigil of Ra onto a ritual circle. Stepping on the circle, we once again enter the moon god's realm, and it is here we find the psychopath. Marina, you came. I knew you'd come for me. Sorry, but I don't know you. What do you mean? Can't you see this world? It's a world created just for us. We can finally be one. I still don't know you, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Marina, it's me. It's not a coincidence that we both ended up in Prehevel. I came to Prehevel because of my parents. I got a letter from my father. Of course, you knew that somehow, right? You killed my father. I've never seen you in my life, but somehow you seem to know me. Why are you being this difficult all of a sudden? It's me, Samari. We've met each other countless times at the Vatican City. You know me, and I know you. Think about all those gazes we've shared. I know you hate your father. I know you wanted him dead. That's why I killed him. I know, cut the crap. You don't know a thing about me or my father. I just didn't want him to taint our new world. This is him. He has become one with the only thing he ever loved, the church. He never cared for you. Enough. Just what the hell is wrong with you? You're no different to those things crawling outside. If you're so fond of this world, you can stay here for the rest of your short little life. But what are you saying? I don't get this.
Okidoki, ototototom. Kunai. I might even ending soon.
Marina, can't you see me absolutely radiating? What more can you ask? Marina!
You've lost your mind.
You're just one of them. That's what they all say. Oh, but Marina, tell them.
I have nothing to say to you.
Marina.
Samari's sick one-sided obsession with Marina drove her to follow the occultist to Perhevo. The mentally ill girl thought she would do Marina a favor by killing her father. However, this had the exact opposite effect she desired. Learning the love between her and Marina was not mutual pushed her over the edge, resulting in Samari's Moonscorch transformation into dysmorphia. We have now learned that an unstable mental state can make one more vulnerable to Ra's disfiguring influence. We are also once again reminded of the devastating power of a moon-scorched foe. Dysmorphia puts up a seriously tough fight, but using everything at our disposal and with a bit of luck, we emerge victorious. Behind her body is a pillar of flesh, which Samari told us is where the remains of Marina's father slithered off to after he died. Marina informs us that this is an old dark priest ritual, where the person binds themselves to an area, building or item in order to prolong their existence. She is both sickened and saddened by her father's actions, but we do not have time to dwell on the matter. The longer the other contestants are left alone in this decrepit city, the more likely they are to moonscorch. We need to find them before then. On our way out the church, we pass by a confessional. Feeling slightly guilty after taking the lives of two of our fellow contestants, albeit in an altered state, we decide to enter. It looks like someone is sitting on the other side, but we are not entirely sure. In any case, we begin confessing our sins, and surely enough, someone responds. The two Moonscorch contestants aside, over the past day we have killed dozens of Morph citizens, even if it was in self-defense. Despite this fact, we don't feel particularly remorseful. We simply did what we had to do, and those in our way paid the price. The person on the other side asks if we will continue on this path of violence, and we answer truthfully, we will kill again if we have to, and given our circumstances, we will definitely have to. Whether we make it out the festival alive or not, our hands will be stained with blood, that much is certain. Exiting the confessional, we feel a weight lift off our shoulder. It was good that we had a chance to process our thoughts. Before we can leave, the person who was listening to our confession exits the booth. And what do you know? It's our good pal, Hosa. He seems to have been highly amused by our inner thoughts. After having a good laugh at our expense, the yellow mage scurries off into the night. He got us good. Exiting the church, we hear gunshots in the distance. Following the sounds, we witness a Bremen soldier mowing down several Moonscorch villages with his rifle. Even with 3 party members, the Kaiser's trooper still gives us trouble. It's no surprise why they won the war if this is what their army consisted of. Examining the soldier's corpse, it seems somewhat unnatural. All the proportions are off slightly, but it doesn't appear to be the result of Ra's curse. Dan theorizes that it could be a product of some unholy experiment, possibly a marriage of flesh. A marriage of flesh is an archaic ritual performed by worshippers of Sylvian. It combines both the bodies and souls of the participants into one, creating an entirely new being, which is often stronger than its parts. The Kaiser would definitely be aware of the ritual from his time in the dungeons of fear and hunger, and given his desire to accomplish his goals by any means necessary, we wouldn't put it past him. On our way to the orphanage, we find Levi in a confrontation with the mobster Caligura. The wicked man has decided to take part in Termina's festivities, setting his sights on Levi, someone who clearly wants no part of this. If it's a fight he wants, then we'll give it to him. After disarming the mafia boss, we try and de-escalate the situation. However, he has no intention of stopping. He leaves us with no choice. Before we have a chance to talk to Levi, he understandably runs away. Another contestant's blood on our hands. Despite our best efforts, we are doing exactly what Perkele wants. In the west side of the city, we enter what is, in my opinion, the most disturbing area in the game. The orphanage. St. Domec's orphanage was funded by Marina's father, although his actual involvement in the establishment remains unspecified. The orphanage serves as both a school and home for the orphaned youth of Prehevo. However, its true purpose is far more nefarious. If you remember from his backstory, this is the orphanage Levi grew up in, which is likely why he returned here. Hold it right there. Why do you keep following me? Are you okay? You're here because of the festival, aren't you? You killed that man on the street. Does the voice still echo in your head? Does it still insist it's the only way? Or does it ease once you obey?
116.
It seems Levi has been hearing voices encouraging him to partake in the festival, a symptom also experienced by the moon-scorched citizens. We need to calm him down before it's too late. I don't hear any voices. It was just a whisper at first. It gets stronger. Just wait. Let's just get this over with. What? You're here to kill me, right? My head hurts. I don't understand any of this. Just kill me.
Oh yeah, this song is going to be loud.
I don't know what to do. Why don't you join us? Okay. If it's not too much trouble. I'm Levi, by the way.
This song is hella annoying.
Levi seems to be in the worst state mentally. All the abuse he experienced as a child, coupled with the trauma he went through on the battlefield, has left him vulnerable. Ra seems to be taking advantage of this fact. Exploring the orphanage, we make all sorts of horrific discoveries. Floors littered with blood, sinks filled with teeth, worn-out bone saws, shackles with chains. This dreadful place looks more like a torture house than an orphanage. Within a confined room in the basement, we find the skeleton of a child, imprisoned and left to rot away. Using a Ouija board, we can communicate with the child's spirit. It tells us that this was a punishment for doing something bad. But what misdeed could ever warrant condemning a child to death? The tragedy continues as we find out what happened to the children who survived the cruelty of the orphanage. Deformed and twisted, scorched by the moon god. We need to find the effigy and leave this place as soon as possible. The party eventually makes their way to the headmaster's office. Levi begins panting and sweating out of instinctive fear. The dark priest widens his arms, almost as if he is trying to embrace us. This is the man who oversaw all the horrors committed at the orphanage. His name is Donovan Hugo. He wears an unsettling blank expression on his face that remains unchanged even as we attack him. Terrible rumors have spread about this man, claiming that he is a vampire that prolonged his life through the blood of infants. In my playthrough of both the Fear and Hunger games, I have never felt more disturbed by a single line of text. Father Hugo wants to take off his clothes. What kind of sick fiend decides he wants to get naked after having his arm chopped off? Anyway, the headmaster reveals his unusually muscular physique, his facial expression still the exact same. It's unnerving to say the least, but still much better than his original design, which I presume was changed for crossing a line too dark, even for Fear and Hunger. The old battle sprite shows a moon-scorched orphan's face fused into Father Hugo's torso, implying an unspeakable deed committed in the name of Sylvian. After severing every limb off the Dark Priest's body, we finally put an end to his miserable existence. With Hugo out the way, we can allocate our full attention to finding the effigy. In an old shed within the schoolyard, we find a pre-made row circle that transports us to what looks like a set piece from the Great War. This is obviously very traumatic for Levi, given his time on the front lines. Luckily, the party is able to calm him down. Following the path laid out by the trenches, we find the Hunger effigy. Only one remains now. The final effigy is located within the White Mold apartments. As the name suggests, the entire complex is coated in the strange mold-like substance. Even more ominous is the fact that the entrance gets locked as soon as we enter. In one of the rooms, we find a TV playing a peculiar video of Karen. She is reporting about an event that happened in the city. But we know that Karen is from the nation of Bremen, and that this is her first time in pre-Evo, so we're not exactly sure how this was recorded. In any case, we learn that this apartment complex was the scene of 4 gruesome murders, and that the killer was a resident of the place. In the basement of the complex, we find a bloodied washing machine, still tumbling despite the building's lack of electricity. We can hear an object rolling inside, possibly the effigy. The washing machine, however, is locked by a 6-digit code, and it is too strong for us to break open. Perhaps we can find the answer in one of the apartments. After searching each and every apartment that was accessible to us, we notice a creak in the floorboards beneath us. We might be able to break through with enough force. Pushing a heavy statue over the weakened area causes the flooring to cave in. We jump down into an apartment that was locked from the other side. In here we find a strange sigil carved onto the floor, along with the diary of a madman. It belongs to the psycho who committed the 4 murders at the complex. The book details the order in which he killed his victims. First was the lunatic who raved about the moon and stars in apartment 9. Second was the foolish braggart who just moved into apartment 13. Third was the man obsessed with puppets in apartment 11. And last was the musician who played throughout the night in apartment 6. Putting the apartment numbers of the victims together, we find the code to the washing machine. Instead of the effigy, we find a long blood-full tunnel. Crawling into it, we once again enter the moon god's dimension. There are multiple decapitated bodies strapped to chairs. A strange purple liquid is being extracted from them. We also see the same sigil from the killer's apartment, and next to it is the final effigy, the fellatio effigy. Exiting the washing machine, the entrance mysteriously unlocks itself, allowing us to leave. We now have all 3 effigies required to access the hidden entrance in the church and head to the moon tower, but we would be fools to do so. This is exactly what Rur and his servants want. Before proceeding any further, we need to find another way to end the festival, one that does not involve bloodshed. We find an abandoned club in the city that is relatively safe and well maintained. This will serve as our new base of operations. The party is worn down both physically and mentally. After a long and eventful first day in Pre-Evil, it is time for some well-deserved rest. In the morning, while the others are still asleep, Dan sets off to find the remaining contestants. We need to work together and formulate a plan if we are going to have any hope of surviving the festival. We find Karen outside a news agency, gathering evidence for her scoop. The woman still foolishly believes that everything going on in Pre-Evil is because of the Bremen Empire. In any case, we are still able to convince her to join us. Marco and Olivia are the only 2 people still at the train. After explaining to them the gravity of our situation, they agree that it doesn't make sense to sit around idle any longer. Osar has been severely injured in a battle with August. Neither of them seem like bad people, but given their personalities, it is not difficult to see why a fight ensued. After appealing to his sense of reason and explaining our motives, the Yellow Mage joins our cause. Now that we have assembled all 8 of the recruitable contestants, it's time to strategize. Abella and Karen notice a loose tile on the floor. It hides a ladder to an underground room. Beneath the club lies a secret hideout previously used by the NLU, the resistance organization formed against the Bremen Empire and the Eastern Union. The group was planning some sort of operation in Pre-Evil. Despite being a member of the resistance, Abella was fairly low in the ranks and did not receive any details about what they were planning. Although we do find some clues that help us piece things together. Firstly, the NLU marked 4 locations onto a map of Pre-Evil. One of them has been marked in a way that signifies more importance. We have actually already visited one of these locations, the underground tunnel in the Maiden Woods, marked with the number 7. If you recall, there was a strange piece of technology in the tunnel called a telectroscope. We also learned that there were 3 of these machines in total, and that once all are switched on, the logic can be activated. The 3 lighter red crosses most likely indicate the location of the telectroscopes, and the darker cross the location of this logic. But what is the logic exactly? Well, we can learn a bit more from a coded letter in the hideout. The letter is from a person with the initial R, whom we presume to be Rayla, Olivia's sister and the leader of the Bohemia branch of the NLU. We learn that Project Logic has been in development long before the start of the Great War, and that the Kaiser was one of the founding members who kick-started the project. It is implied that the project started off as a joint collaboration between the Bremen and the Eastern Union, with Rayla as the lead engineer. However, a fight broke out over who will retain possession over it. After the war was won by Kaiser, Rayla rushed to Pre-Evil to
I need to go to eat, and I believe it's the perfect time.
Endeavor or not still remains to be seen. Based on Legal's ambition from the first game, whatever this Project Logic is, it must possess the power to obtain his lofty goals.
It's a perfect moment to use the
in a significant way. With this in mind, we can now speculate about the true purpose of the Termina Festival. We know from Fear and Hunger 1 that the
Book of Enlightenment
is a jealous kind and does not wish to see humanity prosper by any means. This is why he tried so desperately to stop the birth of the god of fear and hunger. With this in mind, the Termina Festival may just be an elaborate scheme to disrupt the succession of Project Logic. It can't just be a coincidence that the festival was orchestrated in the exact same city Project Logic was being developed. Our best plan of action would be to facilitate the activation of Logic, thus foiling the Moon God's plans. The contestants split up into two groups, one led by Dan and the other by Osar. Dan's group will head to Tunnel 1, and Osar's group will head to Tunnel 4. After activating the last two telectroscopes, we will reconvene at the hideout. To reach Tunnel 4,
Sabuaro. Okay. Ding dong, ding dong. I think we are going to the Shaya. Is Shaya online? Because tomorrow I have to wake up very early and I have to get my blood drained. Smile. Let me see. It's just we stream, yeah. Stop to the right. Okay. Ding dong, anyone there? Everyone ready to raid? Wake up, motherfuckers. We have a city to burn. Wait, let me use the no, not that one.
I can milk you.
Not that one. No, that one. No, this one.
Jingle, pay attention.
There we go.
Pay attention. I said your favorite word. The back rooms. Okay, the back rooms. Dingle, dangle.
Okay, everyone here. We are going to use array message. Milky Nankies. Wow. I feel weak. Smile. And so, Mika Alexion, who streams tomorrow. Digital Penkin, who streams on Wednesdays. And Ruby Ravenwing, because she's a cunt. No, yeah. Wow. So yeah, go check them out. Alright, message is raid. We got the hunger, we come for the fears. So right. Thank you, Pengu. I do hope. So yeah, we are going to write Shaya. Copy the message and we're going to write raid Shaya Pan. Have fun with Shaya. I'm going to eat. See you on Mika's stream, on Pengu's stream, and on Ruby's whenever she stops being a cunt. Ruby, pardon. Take care, love y'all. Hip hip hooray. See you tomorrow. Next weekend.